In a brutal battle to the death, Retsu Kaioh was defeated by the legendary swordsman Musashi Miyamoto. The 4,000 years of Chinese history he proudly carried were not enough against a blade that cut down everything in its path. In a series where fighters survive impossible injuries, Retsu did not. He succumbed to his wounds and died. But his story did not end there. Instead, he was isekai'd in another world, a strange land filled with monsters, magic, and warriors unlike anything he had ever faced. Now thrown into an unfamiliar realm, Retsu must once again test the strength of his martial path. How will the Sea King carrying 4,000 years of Chinese martial arts fare in this new world? Let's find out. This story began with an explanation that the Big Bang, the creation of the great universe, happened 13.8 billion years ago. It was said that the galaxy was formed through the accumulation of dust floating in space 10 billion years ago. 4.6 billion years ago, the Sun was finally born at the galactic border. Primitive Earth was born as one of the planets orbiting the Sun 4.5 billion years ago. China, which boasts 4,000 years of history, has endured only 0.00029% of the 13.8 billion years of the universe's existence. 13.8 billion years since the transformation of space. If one were to compress the age of the stars into a single hour, the history of China would amount to less than 0.1 second. Yet in that incredibly short span of time, humanity had already forged weapons, learned martial arts, and created a history filled with intense war and bloodshed. Not only warriors, but even gods and beasts. All of that power was said to have been channeled into the future. Suddenly, someone asked the protagonist of this story, Retsu Kaioh, how he was, and he abruptly woke up after seeing everything that had just been explained. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by 3 humanoid pigs preparing to strike with their mallets. When one of them brought the mallet down, it turned out they were striking a paste-like substance placed inside a large mortar. It appeared that the 3 of them were making rice cakes, and Retsu was puzzled upon seeing them doing so. After they finished making mochi through machitsuki, one of them happily handed him a piece, and as he accepted it, he was confused by the gesture. As he observed the surroundings as though an event was taking place, he wondered inwardly whether this was some kind of Chinese New Year celebration. However, what he noticed were mostly humanoids, people with blonde, red, and brown hair, and not a single one like him with black hair as he ate the mochi that had been given to him. He also noticed some men with unusual appearances. They were wearing armor and carrying swords, and as he watched them, he questioned whether they were wearing costumes. He said that rather than Chinatown, the place where he was looked more like medieval Europe, and indeed we could see a massive castle behind him as he sat by the fountain in front of it. As he exchanged glances with different species of beings, bunny folk, humans, and many others, he wondered inwardly what exactly this was. After observing the vast city that seemed to be from the medieval era, with towering castle walls and a gigantic angel statue overlooking the crowded streets below, he asked himself where he truly was. After that, he said that in any case, he felt as though he had been dreaming for a long time. His attention shifted to his right leg, and he noticed something there. He remembered that it was the same right leg that he should have lost in his battle with Pickle, the primitive man. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then what was happening inside his internal organs was shown. Because of that sensation, which felt as though something had cleanly sliced through his spinal cord, he remembered something, and not long after he recalled Musashi Miyamoto, and how that man had cut open his abdomen with a single swift strike of his katana. He grabbed his stomach to keep his intestines from spilling out, and Miyamoto gutted him while he was still alive, leaving him sprawled on the ground to die with his internal organs scattered around him. And it was then that he remembered that he had gone to the Tokyo Dome underground arena to challenge him, but he lost. He stared intently at his healed abdomen, and the confusion was visible on his face. He explained that in his final moments, he believed he could win, but the wounds he had sustained were far too fatal. He fell into deep thought because of that, and as he walked through the place where he now was, he added that yet here he was, in perfect health, in this strange city. He then questioned whether this was still a dream, but as he continued walking, his thoughts began to distort, and he even wondered if perhaps this was the underworld, imagining the terrifying creatures that might dwell there. The knoll he encountered bared its fangs at him, and its orc-like, boar-humanoid companion snorted loudly, causing him to step back and quickly walk straight ahead without looking at them. As he walked, a hand attempted to grab him, but due to his instincts, he turned before it could touch him and immediately delivered a fast punch to the individual's face as a precaution. The force of his fist was evident as the impact rippled outward, and the face of the individual he punched began to bleed heavily. We then went back a few seconds earlier, to the moment when Retsu had just swung his fist at the man who tried to grab him. From the sheer force of the wind carried by his punch, the man's face was stretched, and he was shocked by it. It turned out that Retsu's fist had not even made contact with him, which greatly puzzled the man and caused him to freeze. Blood began to drip from the man's nose, and not long after, it turned into a steady stream, which only made him even more stunned. He could not believe that even though Retsu had not touched him, the wind pressure alone was enough to make his nose bleed. Because of that, the man began to wonder inwardly who he really was. However, when the man looked closely at Retsu's face, he began to recognize him, and he blurted something out in shock while pointing at him, then suddenly stood up straight as if inside a dojo and shouted a sharp, disciplined acknowledgement like a martial artist responding to his master, causing everyone around them to turn their heads. Retsu was confused about why the man was acting that way, and it was also visible on the faces of the people around them that they seemed weirded out. In the man's mind, he explained that until just half a year ago, he had been a student at the Shinshinkai Karate School, one of the largest martial arts organizations in the world. After that, the scene shifted back to the past where he was doing knuckle push-ups inside his room. His walls were covered with posters of martial artists, and he even had a figurine of a martial arts practitioner delivering a karate chop to the nape of a full-grown tiger. He also had a poster that read Orochi Katsumi, the ultimate weapon of the karate world. His intense training was shown as his entire body strained to reach the 100th repetition of his knuckle push-ups. However, just as he was about to push himself up, his body gave out and he shouted that he could not do it anymore. He lay flat on his back, gasping for breath, and said that he needed to complete around 100 knuckle push-ups before leaving, but he also commented that he could not keep up with that kind of training. He looked up at the ceiling and saw another poster of Orochi Katsumi performing a flying kick, and here he explained to us that he had run away from home to live with his stepfather. He further explained that he admired Katsumi Orochi, who shone with dignity in his position as a stepson, which was why he knocked on the door of the Shinshinkai school. Thanks to some connections, he said he was able to watch the maximum tournament in the underground arena even though he was only a white belt. He added that from his seat in the audience, he prayed for Master Katsumi's victory. However, to the shock of the audience and himself, he said that Master Katsumi was completely defeated by Master Retsu, who delivered a powerful blow to Katsumi's body, sending him flying out of the arena and into the audience seats, coughing up blood. While that was happening, various comments from the announcer were heard, such as modern karate is lost and that Chinese kenpo is truly fearsome. At that moment, he could not believe that his idol had been taken down with a single blow, and because of that, he said he was trembling with frustration. Afterward, Retsu shouted there that the place where all of them were now was a place they had already surpassed 2,000 years ago. As Retsu exited the arena, the man said that the pure strength of that master ignited his fascination with Chinese culture, and that he was not the only one who felt that way. It was shown that Katsumi introduced Retsu at his dojo, and the man explained that Katsumi, who had invited Retsu to the Shinshinkai headquarters, most likely felt the same. However, he added that no matter how many times he returned to that building, he believed that Retsu would never train him. He said he should have quit his part-time job and become an uchi-deshi, or a live and student/apprentice who trains under and assists a sensei on a full-time basis. He then heard a noise to his left that caught his attention, and when he turned, he saw a man walking, or rather running, on top of the water by the river. When he looked closely, he saw that it was Retsu carrying Hector Doyle while jogging swiftly to rise above the surface of the water. He was shocked to see it, and he thought that Retsu was trying to save that man. Because of that, he thought that if he helped him now, Retsu would surely remember his face. So he hurriedly ran toward the river, but unexpectedly, An isekai truck suddenly came speeding toward him as he was crossing, thinking that he only needed to call an ambulance. He was one of the victims of the isekai truck, and that was what happened to him. He could not believe that he had been run over by a truck and ended up in another world. He had never imagined that such a thing was truly possible, but it was completely unexpected. We then returned to the moment when he saw Retsu walking in the strange city where they were, and he noticed that Retsu seemed dizzy. He approached Retsu and slowly extended his hand while asking if he was all right. And that was when he almost got punched because of his sudden approach, so inwardly he begged him to wait just a moment. When he clearly saw Retsu's face, he shouted his name while calling him master, which widened Retsu's eyes in shock. He began crying with joy while thinking that perhaps fate had brought them together like this, and then loudly told Retsu that he was a student of the Shinshinkai dojo, introducing himself as Shinji Nakamura. In the next scene, they went to a bar, and here Shinji explained to Retsu that what had happened to them was that they had been reincarnated into another world. When Retsu questioned that, Shinji said that he was right, and explained that rather than being reincarnated, it would be more appropriate to say that they had been transported to another world. People like them, who suddenly found themselves in that place, were called lost ones. Retsu pondered over what he had learned about those who had been sent to another world, and that they were called lost ones, and he commented that the way Shinji explained things made it sound like they were characters lost inside a video game or a novel. He asked whether they could return to their home, and Shinji answered nervously that they could not return since they were already dead, but before he could finish that statement, Shinji stopped and realized something. He said inwardly that if Master Retsu had been sent to this world, did that mean he had also died, which deeply puzzled him. He stared at Retsu while he was drinking alcohol because of that and thought that it could not be possible because something like that was impossible. Yes, Retsu could certainly be defeated in battle, but even if he were knocked down, he would never be killed. Because of that thought, Shinji also questioned how Retsu had ended up in that place, but while he was thinking about it and drinking alcohol, a muscular individual brushed past his head, causing him to slam his face into his glass. He immediately turned and said in irritation that it hurt, pointing out that he had spilled his drink because of it. He stopped when he saw that the one responsible was a large lizard man, and when the lizard man's eyes landed on him, he did not continue his complaint and simply fell silent. The lizard man sat in front of a poser table, and the bartender welcomed him nervously. He stared at the bartender and said in a frightening manner that he would order the usual, which the bartender immediately followed. The female elf sitting beside the lizard man turned her head nervously, and Shinji also observed him with slight unease. The bartender brought out a trolley with a cage covered in cloth placed on top, and when it reached the lizard man's side, he opened it and released his order, which looked like a massive chicken with dragon-like features on its wings and the tail of a snake. Retsu commented that the chicken was huge, while Shinji grew uneasy upon seeing the creature. It was explained that the creature had the head of a rooster, the wings of a dragon, and the tail of a snake, and it was a deadly mythical beast known as the cockatrice, and when the female elf saw it, her jaw dropped in shock. The cockatrice was shocked when it saw the lizard man in front of him, and as a defense mechanism, it revealed his third eye in the middle of his head. It was further explained that the gaze of the cockatrice, called the evil eye, could kill even the bravest of heroes with a single glance, and it was shown that its effects could make an entire face bleed. However, the lizard man did not even flinch when the cockatrice activated his evil eye, and he simply gripped the cockatrice's head and pulled using his strength. Because of that, the cockatrice was decapitated and his blood splattered onto the nearby female elf and the bartender. It was added that, moreover, the cockatrice's blood was a fast-acting deadly poison. When the blood touched the elf's cheeks and the bartender's hand, it immediately began to wound them, causing the two to scream in agony. Despite that, the lizard man chugged all of the cockatrice's blood as if it were nothing, while Shinji said that there was no way someone could eat a cockatrice and survive. He cursed while watching him and commented that he was a monster, pointing out that he had not even flinched when struck by the cockatrice's evil eye. A drop of the cockatrice's blood splattered onto their table, and Retsu decided to touch it with his pinky finger. He brought it close to his mouth and tried to lick it, and because of that a sudden jolt traveled through his body. However, that was because to him it tasted like mala, a popular Chinese oily, spicy, and numbing sauce. After that, Retsu explained in his mind that all things considered, the lizard man's fangs and claws, in addition to his strong natural armor made of scales, not to mention his savage muscles visible even beneath his skin, considering his capabilities, his physical strength might even rival that of Pickle. But now, he added, he was also in perfect condition, implying that he already wanted to test his strength against that beast. After that, he pondered the possible inhabitants of this world and how powerful they were. And while imagining an arena battle against the lizard man and thinking about how he would attack, whether he would bite, use his claws, whether he was a biped creature or would walk on all fours, he asked himself what kinds of attacks he would unleash and how Chinese martial arts, or he himself, would react and counter such things, and then commented that it would certainly be a death match. The lizard man noticed him staring at him while he was eating, and after wiping his face, he confronted him and pointed out that he had been staring for a while. They both stood up, and the lizard man asked Retsu what he was looking at, prompting Shinji to stand as well and attempt to calm the situation, saying that there was no need to fight. Retsu's surroundings began to distort again as he focused on the lizard man, and as they entered a standoff, he happily thought that this world was truly exciting. Retsu smiled afterward and began to laugh, which made Shinji wonder about him, while the lizard man simply stared. He apologized and explained that the lizard man reminded him of his hometown. He informed them that in his country, crocodiles had been eaten as food since ancient times, whether grilled or pan-fried. But nowadays, most restaurants could not handle their large size. Sometimes, one of the crocodiles might escape and run around in the streets, and he said that when he saw this lizard man, he could not help but think that there must be crocodiles foolish enough to walk straight into a restaurant themselves. Everyone inside the tavern shuddered in deep concern over what might happen next, and Shinji looked utterly shaken while saying inwardly that the lizard man was not a crocodile. He anxiously thought that Retsu must not be planning to fight that creature, so he could only force a nervous smile filled with unease. After that, it was explained what the death roll performed by crocodiles actually is. It was said that once a crocodile bites its prey, he will never let it go. Afterward, he will begin to spin his body on the spot until his prey dies. He will twist the joints of his victim until they break, and he will repeatedly slam the victim's body onto the ground until it is completely crushed. That is the death roll of a crocodile. The initial bite is the only thing needed to lead into this technique. We then return to the standoff between Retsu and the lizard man, and as Retsu observed his opponent, he thought that the thing he needed to watch out for was the powerful jaw that the lizard man possessed. After that, he also considered what the best approach would be in handling this fight. Shinji tried to push him away while pointing out that the lizard man was not a crocodile. Suddenly, a shadow caught Shinji's attention, and it turned out to be the lizard man's tail, which attempted to strike him. It also caught Retsu's attention, while Shinji managed to block the tail, yet he still ended up bruised and bleeding from his arm and nose, with shock clearly visible on his face. The lizard man told him to move out of his way. Because of what he saw, Retsu realized that even the lizard man's tail could be used as a weapon. He thought that the tail was like a third arm while imagining how it could be used in an attack, or perhaps even function as a third leg. He added that the clothing the lizard man wore also helped conceal his next move. As he continued observing him, he wondered what the lizard man's next move would be while referring to him as Crocodile Man, while the lizard man bared his fangs at him, a clear sign that he too was eager for a fight. Shinji was deeply worried and could not believe it as he commented that nothing could stop the fight now, while the air around them grew heavy due to the intensity of the confrontation. Unexpectedly for both the lizard man and Retsu, an old fisherman suddenly walked between the two of them, startling them. Shinji's eyes widened upon seeing him, and both he and the lizard man turned toward the old man. The old man simply walked straight ahead and immediately sat at the front of the bar, letting out a sigh of relief. He called the bartender, addressing him as barman, and asked for his usual, which made the bartender tremble as he immediately complied. Retsu was surprised by this development and inwardly commented that he had not even noticed the old man's presence. He had not seen him enter the place at all, and the shock was also visible in the eyes of those watching them. Somehow, the old man had managed to approach both him and the lizard man without him even realizing that he was there. Because of this, Retsu began to wonder what was special about this old man and what exactly was happening. On the old fisherman's side, he admitted his defeat and casually remarked that the weather was very beautiful today. He cheerfully continued, saying that he had even seen many fish swimming beneath the surface of the river. However, he added that he had not caught a single one, and asked whether that was not bad luck. He then said that it seemed he needed a drink to cheer things up, while the bartender trembled nervously as he poured his usual drink. The lizard man approached him and irritably tried to get his attention by calling him old man. The thread of the old fisherman's fishing rod suddenly stuck to the lizard man and hooked into his mouth, catching his attention. The fisherman then pulled his rod upward, causing the lizard man's mouth to be yanked upward as well. The old fisherman turned toward him and began to reel him in with a smile on his face as if he were enjoying himself, while the lizard man screamed in pain. The old fisherman happily commented that he had caught a big crocodile. He continued pulling and pulling, causing the lizard man to spin around repeatedly. Before long, the thread of the fishing rod snapped, and something about that incident caught Retsu's attention. Shinji and the other people present covered their ears because of the lizard man's loud roar, and suddenly blood splattered everywhere. It turned out that the lizard man's tail had been severed and had fallen to the ground, and the one responsible for it was none other than the fisherman, using nothing but his seemingly simple bamboo fishing rod. The lizard man's severed tail squirmed on the ground while he continued to scream. After the lizard man's tail was cut off, the old man said that it seemed his fishing line had snapped. While he was saying that, the lizard man saw the tattoo on his chest, which greatly shocked him. He suddenly bolted, hurrying to get out of the tavern, even breaking the door. The old man then remarked that it was not actually a croc, but just a simple lizard, and that he had needed to free it from his hook. While holding the severed tail of the lizard in his hand, he asked Retsu what he was going to do, and then he bit into the tail. To Retsu's surprise, his body had already taken a fighting stance, which also shocked Nakamura when he saw it. Retsu could not believe that he had assumed a fighting stance without even noticing it. He thought to himself that when moved at extreme speed, even a simple piece of paper is capable of breaking chopsticks. He also thought that a single eye could completely crush human fingers, and that a bamboo rod, like the one the old man was holding, that reached sonic speed, even if intercepted by hard and sturdy scales, would continue advancing and cut through the flesh and bones in its path. After that, he asked himself if it was possible that his body had reacted on its own to the old man's power, who was currently telling another man to hold the lizard man's tail. Nakamura appeared shocked as well, because he had seen the old man's tattoo on his chest. At that moment, the old man's true strength revealed itself, and a massive dragon appeared behind him, which Retsu saw with his own shock. It was then said that a long time ago, on an island across the ocean, there lived terrifying red dragons that devoured humans. Rumor had it that 10,000 red dragons lived in that place. When one man heard of it, he went to that island to test his abilities with a fishing rod, and within less than a single day, he defeated all of the red dragons. That man bore a crest engraved on his chest, and he was the dragon slayer known as Grider Iston. We then returned to the present, where Nakamura asked the old man if he truly was Grider Iston, which made the old man react with confusion. He told Nakamura not to say that he believed such stories, that someone had killed 10,000 dragons. While he said that, he sat down and added that all he had really done was drive away 2 or 3 dragons, but people had exaggerated the story. Besides that, he said it had been a long time ago, and now he was retired. He was just an old man who liked to visit town occasionally to drink. Retsu stared carefully at Gaiden and deeply contemplated his title of Dragon Slayer. He realized then that the dragon that had appeared behind him earlier was not an illusion. He thought to himself that if what the old man said was true, then perhaps in that other world, dragons truly existed. At that moment, he lowered his hands from his fighting pose and gave Gaiden a kung fu salute. He introduced himself to him and apologized for not doing so earlier, saying it was rude of him. Gaiden glanced at him, and he added that now that they were both there, he wanted to challenge him to a fight. As he said that, he delivered a powerful spinning roundhouse kick directly to Gaiden's face, sending him flying hard into the bar counter and raising a cloud of smoke so thick that the old man could no longer be seen. Nakamura stammered as he asked what Retsu had just done. Meanwhile, Retsu was puzzled, because Gaiden suddenly disappeared. He thought to himself that a man who killed dragons was truly fascinating, and the desire to fight and defeat him was visible on his face. At the same time, Nakamura was also shocked by Gaiden's disappearance. In the next scene, Retsu and Nakamura came out of the tavern, where Retsu was wearing clothes that had knife holders inside. The outfit he wore was a Tang-style Chinese jacket, and he inspected the quality of the garment. After checking the different parts of the jacket, he seemed satisfied with its quality. Meanwhile, Nakamura was speaking with the seller of the jacket and asked if 800 copper coins was the price of that custom-made jacket. He then said they would use magic payment, where he pressed what looked like a thin magical bar against the seller's magical bar. After that, he asked Retsu what they should buy next. Retsu closed his eyes to think and thought about the crocodile man and the dragon slayer. He told himself that the world they were in was a place where one could not afford to be careless. He then looked at the knife holders inside his jacket and told Nakamura that he thought it would be a good idea to carry some weapons. Nakamura replied that if Retsu was looking for weapons, they should visit the guild district, and he invited him to go there. Retsu asked how Nakamura paid for things there, so Nakamura explained that he used a magic smartphone for that, called a Magiphone, the same magical bar he had used earlier. Retsu was surprised when he saw the device, and from that phone, Nakamura displayed a map while explaining that the place they were in was the royal city of Kushal, the capital of the country called Berkirka. He said that Kushal was a fortified city about 5 kilometers square in size. They were currently in the bazaar of the commercial district, and if Retsu wanted to buy weapons, they needed to go to the guild district. Retsu commented that the Magiphone was a handy device, while Nakamura added that the guild district was somewhat far, so he asked if he should rent a carriage. Retsu thanked him for everything he had been doing and even said that he owed him. Nakamura replied that he was the one who should be thanking Retsu for what he had done at the tavern. After the chaos there, Retsu's cooking of the cockatrice dish was the reason they were able to leave without any further incidents. Besides that, he said Retsu could not remain naked forever, and he still had plenty of money. However, when he reached for his Magiphone, it was no longer in his back pocket. Retsu called him by his last name, Nakamura, and said that a robed man who was activating a spell on the wall had taken it. To their shock, the man passed through the wall while mockingly showing Nakamura's Magiphone. Nakamura tried to chase him and said that the man had used magic to phase through the wall. He cursed, realizing he would have to go around the wall to pursue him. However, Retsu told him to wait, and Nakamura turned to look at him. Retsu placed his hands on the wall and said they should make a beeline for the phone, and then he made a hole in the wall. He passed through it without difficulty, astonishing Nakamura and the other people who witnessed it. When Retsu stepped through the hole he had created, he saw the thief kneeling while being held by the head by a person wearing a black robe. The person looked at Retsu, and it seemed to appear to be a woman. She said that the thief had done well and that he was truly the right person. The thief asked if he would really be saved, and the person he was kneeling before answered yes, while removing her hood. The person added that the thief would be brought to paradise, and as she said that, she used magic that produced flames. Because of that, the thief was burned while still smiling, and even thanked the one who burned him, calling him Mr. Shiro. There was a sense of satisfaction visible on Shiro's face after burning the man to death. Meanwhile, Retsu looked at Shiro with a dark expression and wondered to himself whether that method of sublimating a person's life was truly a good one. Nakamura followed through the hole in the wall as he called out to Retsu, and he was shocked when he saw the burned body of the thief lying on the ground. Then Shiro picked up the Magiphone and mockingly asked Retsu and Nakamura if they were looking for it. Retsu thought for a moment, before asking Shiro if he was the bastard who had stolen it, and he accused him of doing that to lure him there. At the same time, Nakamura wondered who Shiro was and whether he was an acquaintance of Retsu. Then Shiro smashed Nakamura's Magiphone and teasingly said that it seemed the life of that phone had already been sublimated as well. Nakamura became angry because of that, and Shiro added that he thought nothing could be done now that the thief had already been burned. Retsu called him a bastard again and asked him who he was. He apologized for not introducing himself earlier, and then introduced himself as Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. He had been born to Christian parents during the Edo period of Japan, and he had been the leader of the Shimabara Rebellion, an uprising of Ronin and Christian peasants against the local government. At the age of 17, Amakusa Shiro had been a charismatic figure among the Christian population, known by his followers as a messenger of heaven, and miraculous powers had been attributed to him. During the uprising, the rebels had managed to capture Hira Castle, but it was not long before they were besieged by the shogunate forces. Because their provisions and morale had grown low, one of the soldiers betrayed Amakusa, which resulted in a final assault by the army and the massacre of all the rebels inside the castle. Back in the present, Nakamura was stunned and confused by Amakusa Shiro's introduction. He recognized him and remembered that he had been a Christian connected to the Shimabara Rebellion, to Sakoku, a policy in Japan that prohibited the entry of any foreigner and the departure of any citizen into the Edo period. Nakamura asked himself, hadn't Shiro's rebellion failed? And from what he remembered, Shiro had been executed. So he asked what Shiro was doing in that world, and at that moment, Shiro attacked Retsu with a magic fire blast. In response, Retsu took a deep breath and exhaled an extremely powerful gust of wind that blew away the flames Shiro had launched at him. Because Retsu had successfully countered the fire, Shiro was surprised by what he had done. He said that even though that magic fire could burn demons, Retsu had still managed to extinguish it. He added that it had been worth the try and told Retsu that he was certain he too was a struggler. Retsu was confused when he was called a struggler, and Shiro asked him whether he was not also a loser too. A loser who had died bearing a strong desire for victory, just like when he had been defeated and killed by Musashi. Shiro said that that strong desire had come true by bringing Retsu into that world. He admitted that he himself was also one of the strugglers he was referring to. Then Retsu asked what he was, but before he could finish, he instead asked for his name. Retsu glared at him sharply, before introducing himself as Retsu Kaioh. Shiro looked around first, before saying that he had no idea who Retsu was, which seemed to irritate Retsu, and in his mind he told himself that of course Shiro would not know him. Shiro was about to say something more at that moment, but Retsu acted first and delivered a powerful elbow strike to Shiro's abdomen. Shiro cried out in pain and even vomited blood, while Retsu told him that he would pay for what he had destroyed. Retsu's elbow was deeply embedded in Shiro's body, and at that moment, the young leader of the rebellion gradually vanished. Retsu could not believe that Shiro had suddenly disappeared from in front of him, while Nakamura called out to him. He told him that Shiro was already behind him and had unleashed an extremely powerful and blinding pyro blast in his direction. Fortunately, Retsu reacted immediately and split his legs to evade Shiro's pyro blast. From that position, he struck him with a whirlwind kick while in a handstand stance, and because of the tremendous force of his kick, he sent Shiro flying, crashing him into a window that shattered from the impact. He stood up afterward and asked Shiro if he had managed to block his attack, and it could be seen that Shiro's left hand was broken. Shiro replied that he had indeed blocked Retsu's attack, but it seemed that his left wrist was broken by him. Retsu then mentioned the illusions and scorching flames that Shiro had used against him, and said that magic was truly very useful. Shiro responded that magic could also be used for healing, and he demonstrated it on his own hands. Retsu observed carefully, and before long, Shiro's hand became completely restored. Retsu then asked whether all strugglers possessed abilities like Shiro, and Shiro answered that they were called cheat skills. He explained that strugglers who had unfortunately lost despite their great achievements were blessed with a cheat by God himself, and one by one, they were transferred into that world. Those strugglers were drawn to one another and were fated to crush each other. Retsu paused for a moment, before saying that he was not accustomed to hearing words like God and abilities. He was about to say that it had nothing to do with Shiro breaking Nakamura's Magiphone, but before he could finish, Shiro said something about being the only one. Only the last surviving struggler would be able to possess the power they had obtained in that world. He added that he wondered what would happen if he were to resurrect in the real world. Nakamura was shocked and asked what Shiro was talking about, because he had never heard of such a thing. If that were true, then Shiro was trying to alter history by cheating. While he was saying that, Retsu grabbed his shoulder, which startled him, and it seemed he already knew what Retsu was about to do. Shiro then asked Retsu whether there was not someone he wished to take revenge on, which made Shiro pause in thought. He knew himself that the one he wanted to take revenge on was Musashi Miyamoto, the man who had killed him in the real world. Shiro added that it seemed he had gained Retsu's interest and asked if he was right. Retsu answered yes while nodding, which greatly shocked Nakamura when he heard it. According to Retsu, Shiro's words were nonsense, something Nakamura was glad to hear. He added that there were monsters from fairy tales and men who killed dragons in that world, so he had no reason to struggle. That other world filled him with excitement. Shiro then asked whether he did not desire the promise of God, and Retsu answered that he had a dream. It was the dream of 4,000 years of Chinese history, and because of Shiro, he had finally understood its meaning. He declared that he would defeat everyone living on that land and all the strugglers, and he would show that world that Chinese martial arts were the strongest. Nakamura was completely stunned by that, while Shiro listened silently, and Retsu added that this was the reason for his reincarnation. Shiro smirked afterward and said that Retsu was interesting as he turned his back on him. He then promised that he would remember the name Retsu Kaioh. Retsu did not respond, and Shiro added that they would meet again because the arena was waiting for him, a place resembling a Roman Colosseum but with trees growing in the battle area and among the spectators' seats. Retsu wondered what arena Shiro was referring to, and it seemed that someone was watching them from a distance. Nakamura then asked what Shiro meant, and Shiro only replied that they are about to find out. After he said that, an arrow suddenly shot into the scene at high speed, and Retsu caught it before it could hit Nakamura, which shocked him because it had nearly struck his eye, which was still trembling from the impact of Retsu's catch. Nakamura felt fear, while Retsu glared intensely at someone. It was a knight holding a bow and carrying arrows. Retsu called him a bastard while inspecting the arrow and accused Shiro of bringing the soldiers there. He threw the arrow he had caught at Shiro, and it struck directly at Shiro's forehead, but surprisingly, no blood came out. It turned out that what Retsu had hit was the wall, because what he had seen was only Shiro's illusion, and Shiro said that he had nothing to do with the soldiers, and he said goodbye. Retsu thought for a moment, and at that time, soldiers began arriving from their right and from their left as well. So many soldiers arrived that Nakamura was shocked when he saw them. Before long, they were surrounded by numerous soldiers carrying swords and shields. One soldier approached them and said that he did not know what was happening with reincarnations or whatever they were, but recently, people from other worlds had been arriving and causing chaos in that place. That situation greatly worried the king, and because the soldier speaking was very large, Retsu and Nakamura had to look up at him. He even asked the two of them whether they were part of the problem, and he gave them a kung fu salute. At that point, Nakamura recognized the men surrounding them as the king's guard, while Retsu quietly observed. The king's guard was the most powerful police force under the direct control of the king. They were said to be the best of the best, chosen not because of family ties, but because of their physical abilities. Even without weapons, they could defeat giant scorpions and centipedes using only their bare hands. In addition, only those who crafted their armor and weapons from materials obtained from monsters they had slain were officially recognized as regular soldiers. The men of the King's Guard used the same armor they had made to withstand the attacks of any demon, while their weapons were used to drive back demons with critical hits. Because of this, the King's Guard repeatedly defeated numerous demonic invasions and protected that country and all its people. It turned out that their leader was the one who had said all of that, and he added that this was the reason they had been assigned to go to that place, where Retsu and Nakamura were. Then he grabbed Retsu's right arm, while telling him to remain silent as they tied him up. However, as soon as he said that, he was suddenly struck by a kung fu high kick to his chin from Retsu. The kick was so powerful that the soldier's head snapped upward, and blood came out of his mouth. The other soldiers were shocked by that, and so was Nakamura. Meanwhile, the large soldier's body began to stagger as he asked what had happened. Before long, his body collapsed in front of his many comrades, and Retsu told him that he had no right to arrest him. A soldier called Retsu a fool because he had attacked their captain, while Nakamura wondered in his mind why Retsu had beat a member of the King's Guard. He added that it had been a terrible move, and then the captain's fingers began to move. The captain stood up, surrounded by a dark aura, and his eyes looked as if there was no life left inside them. The soldiers shouted in excitement because their captain was standing again, and one of them even said there was no way he could be defeated that easily. Meanwhile, Nakamura was shocked that the captain could still fight despite the severe damage he had sustained, and at the same time, the captain attacked Retsu. Of course, the Sea King moved immediately, and he cut some threads, which instantly stopped the captain's movements. The captain's body collapsed to the floor once more, and Retsu saw a man holding a fishing rod sitting on top of a building. It was Grider, who told him that he had cut the fishing line. Nakamura was shocked when he saw Grider, and realized that he had used the fishing line to control the captain's body like a puppeteer. The soldiers of the King's Guard were also shocked and called him Master Istin, and all of them knelt to show their respect. Nakamura asked whether Istin, the Dragon Slayer, was the master of the King's Guard, while Retsu thought to himself that Grider's strength was sufficient to control a giant body using nothing but fishing line, and to him, that was expected and Grider could not be underestimated. Grider jokingly asked the soldiers whether they were overreacting a little, considering that he was only an old fisherman who liked to drink. In Nakamura's thoughts, he said that Grider was pretty humble, but when he looked at the soldiers, he could see how nervous they all were at that moment. Grider said that he had already told the king that he was retired, but the king had insisted on what he wanted him to do. He added that perhaps the King's Guard should have tried a more diplomatic approach, and he apologized to Retsu and Nakamura for the soldiers' rudeness. Then he asked Retsu whether they truly had no right to arrest him. Had he not attacked an old man, him, and caused panic in an entire tavern just the other day? Grider added that to him. That seemed like a crime. Neither Nakamura nor Retsu had anything to say, and Grider said that this was the reason Retsu would come with them one way or the other. The king was waiting for him, and he even called Retsu a nameless struggler. At that time, the king's castle was shown, situated atop a rock plateau. Inside that castle, someone called out to the king and asked if he was certain about the approach he wanted because it seemed careless. Strugglers were continuing to arrive, and if that continued, their country would become a lawless zone. The king replied that this was the plan, and he called the one speaking to him Ridley, saying that what he truly wanted was to gather all the strugglers there. It was revealed that the king of Berkirka was Gilga X, and the one he was speaking to was Ridley Calloyd, the Grand Chamberlain, who asked him what in the world he meant. King Gilga explained that according to the legend, the box, which was the arena, had been created especially for the strugglers, and as he said that, the vast and grand scale of one of his chambers was shown. Ridley was puzzled by what the king had said, and was asked by the king whether he knew how Berkirka, a small frontier nation, had become a regional power. Ridley answered that it had been because of the Magiphone, which had given them overwhelming victory in the field of information, and a Magiphone could be seen on top of a chessboard-like board. King Gilga said that Ridley's answer was correct. However, with the Magiphone spreading throughout the world, it was time to plan his next move, and he moved a chess piece shaped like a snake. He mentioned creatures such as spiders, scorpions, and snakes, and said that he would place all kinds of poisonous creatures inside a box and let them devour one another. He would let them scurry and scurry until the sounds of their fighting finally ceased, and when the final survivor emerged, it would bring death and despair. It would be the catalyst for the most lethal magic of all. As he spoke, a centipede crawled onto the Magiphone, and he placed the snake-shaped chess piece on it. Ridley watched as he moved the piece and crushed the Magiphone into fragments. In the end, he crushed the centipede with his hand and said that what he was referring to was an ancient spell known as Gu. He added that he had discovered that if he used the strugglers for the Gu ritual, such as Shiro and Retsu, he could control not only the economy, but also the entire world. He said that his scheme was truly exciting, and as he said that, he licked the centipede's blood from his hand. Ridley pondered about Gilga's idea to fight strugglers so that he could conjure the spell called Gu, while Gilga merely responded with a chilling grin. Ridley then asked what his true objective really was. Gilga's smile disappeared when he heard that, and he commented that Ridley was quite clever, then happily added that what he wanted to see was an incredibly strong man, even slapping his thigh in excitement. Someone entered the room where they were speaking and addressed Gilga as Your Majesty. When they turned, it turned out to be Grider, accompanied by Retsu and Nakamura, and Gilga cheerfully welcomed them inside. Gilga was surprised to see Nakamura and asked what he was doing there, to which Nakamura knelt before him and explained that they had encountered the King's Guard while traveling together, and just as he was about to add that it was unfortunate for them, Gilga realized something and cut him off, saying that his relationship with him was a secret outside this castle, and apologized if they had gotten involved in any trouble because of him. However, he added that it was actually a good thing that Nakamura was there and invited him to sit down. He also asked how about giving Nakamura a new Magiphone. Retsu stared in confusion at what was happening and wondered inwardly what that was. As Nakamura sat on the sofa, he placed his hand over a cracked object while telling Retsu that he was sorry for asking this at such a time, but would it be alright if he waited for a moment? The object began to glow, and Nakamura explained to Retsu that this was the source of the Magiphone. It was a magical or capable of storing knowledge. When he had been reincarnated into this world, the concept of a smartphone had been recorded into that ore. Ridley added that thanks to Nakamura's help, their poor and small country had been able to develop its economy. After Nakamura finished working on the ore, Gilga picked it up and happily added that that was precisely why Nakamura was a super VIP, and he also revealed that Nakamura had secretly taught him how to use the Magiphone. Retsu pondered that for a moment, but shortly after said that putting that aside, why was Tokugawa here, which confused Nakamura as to whom he was referring. Nakamura remembered that he had indeed seen him before, and while recalling the arena he had watched, he said that that was the old man in the underground arena who used to announce whether they wanted to see the strongest man alive. He then denied it and explained that Gilga was a completely different person, adding as a side comment that they did look very similar. Retsu pondered the idea that they were different people, while Gilga asked who they had brought with them. He approached Retsu and commented that this fellow was one of the strugglers, to which Grider pointed out that he was a tough one. Grider also whispered to Gilga that the man had defeated the captain of the King's Guard, which immediately caught the king's interest. Gilga got Retsu's attention and asked again what his name was, then asked what kind of cheat skills he possessed. Suddenly, Gilga began floating, catching the attention of Ridley, Nakamura, and Grider. It turned out that Retsu had grabbed Gilga by the back of his collar and lifted him up, saying that first, he would tell him his name. He added angrily that he should remember that he was not a struggler. Ridley became furious and called him insolent, then swiftly unsheathed his sword and slashed at Retsu. However, Retsu's body seemed to phase, and he released Gilga, and the moment the king fell to the floor, Nakamura was shocked by what he saw. It turned out that Retsu had managed to land a solid punch to Ridley's face within that extremely short moment, shocking them and causing Ridley to drop his sword. Retsu seriously told him that his sword was too slow, while Gilga was utterly stunned and wondered inwardly what had just happened. Even though Retsu had supposedly been struck by the slash of the Grand Chamberlain, his clothes had not sustained any damage. Gilga added that he had even countered within the blink of an eye. On Nakamura's side, he commented inwardly that he had never seen such an ability before. Gilga grinned as he reached for his Magiphone, and while pressing something on it, he commented that Retsu was quite an interesting man. Because of that, a large circle suddenly appeared beneath Retsu's feet, startling everyone. Retsu fell into the large hole, prompting Nakamura to immediately run toward him while shouting in alarm. All he could do was watch as Retsu fell into the portal-like circle. When Gilga appeared down as well, Retsu shouted that he did not care whether he was a struggler or not. He was not done talking to him yet, and it would not end until he climbed out alive from wherever he had been transported, and it was shown that Retsu had been sent into a kind of dark cave. Gilga then said that unfortunately, leaving that place was easier said than done. On Retsu's side, his eyes narrowed as he looked at what was in front of him. While Gilga informed him that there was a truly terrifying monster living down below, many pairs of eyes began staring back at Retsu from deep within the darkness of the cave. After that, Gilga showed Nakamura and Grider a scene where an entire village had been devastated, with the dead bodies of its former residents scattered everywhere. He explained that this was what remained of the village located at the foothills of the Orgut Mountains. Not only that, but the mountains themselves had been transformed a decade ago. All of it was caused by a single beast, and the scene was being projected through a hologram coming from his Magiphone. He recounted that the first strike force sent to deal with that monster consisted of 150 men, and they were completely annihilated. After that, he had requested Grider to lead the charge, and only then were they finally able to capture the creature. He said that it now lay imprisoned beneath the castle, and its name was the King's Serpent, the 9-headed beast, King Hydra. After that, we returned to Retsu's situation, and there he stood face to face with the said monster, towering high with its multiple heads and massive body. Nakamura was shocked when he saw the King Hydra, and he commented inwardly that the creature was a disaster-class monster, which made him wonder what else Gilga was capable of. But before he could finish his thoughts, Gilga turned to him and told him not to worry. He added while laughing that, of course, he did not think Retsu would be able to win, but they would pull him out just before he was eaten. After that, the King Hydra began to roar, and its deafening voice echoed throughout the surroundings. The immense gust of wind released by the creature struck Retsu, and in his mind, he wondered whether this was a strange beast native to this land. The heads of the Hydra began moving rapidly, as if trying to confuse Retsu about which one he should be wary of, but he did not waver. Instead, he prepared himself to fight, thinking that this monster would not be a problem. Using his fists, he quickly punched and struck every head charging toward him with remarkable ease. Gilga was utterly shocked by this and could not believe that Retsu had simply gone straight at the heads without hesitation. He pointed out that even Grider had needed to lead an entire squad just to finally capture that creature. Nakamura was equally astonished, while Gilga added that he had never seen anything like this before. Two of the Hydra's heads lunged again, and unfortunately, they managed to bite Retsu on both sides of his body, causing Nakamura to shout in alarm. In response, Retsu swiftly removed his clothing by splitting through the air and ducking, immediately drawing the attention of Gilga and Nakamura in surprise. Retsu commented while observing the Hydra's heads that their long fangs were also a weakness. He grabbed his clothing, which the heads were still biting, and with his strength he pulled with full force, tearing the fabric apart and snapping off the fangs of the two heads that had been clamped onto it. The King Hydra roared in pain because of what he had done, and even Grider's interest noticeably increased upon seeing that. As a counterattack, another head lunged at Retsu, but he evaded it by leaping and spinning through the air. The monster's fangs scattered because of that, and while still midair, Retsu caught all of them. When he landed, both of his hands were filled with fangs. He examined them afterward and pondered for a moment, and before long he came up with an idea and grinned. He wound up as if preparing to throw something, and after clenching his muscles, he rapidly hurled all the fangs he held like daggers, causing them to pierce the monster's body one by one. The King Hydra roared loudly once again from the barrage of fangs Retsu had unleashed upon him, while Retsu smiled, thinking that his plan was working. After that, he explained that in Chinese martial arts, the practice of Xing Quan begins with observation. Certain groups of snakes possess the ability to detect heat thanks to a special organ called the L'Oreal pits. These organs allow them to see even in the darkest of nights. Once their prey finally comes close enough, they identify its shape through infrared detection. After explaining that, we returned to the battle between Retsu and the King Hydra, and here Retsu targeted the snake's so-called organ, the L'Oreal pits, using 2 fingers. While doing so, he pointed out that this part was their weak point. The King Hydra roared in pain once again because of Retsu targeting his L'Oreal pits. Retsu then shifted into another stance, raising both of his hands and stretching them behind his back. It was explained to us that what Retsu was imitating was the natural predator of snakes. When Nakamura saw this, he immediately recognized it as the eagle claw style, while the King Hydra began charging once more. Retsu evaded by leaping high into the air, taking the stance of an eagle with its talons ready to strike. Retsu's eyes then sharpened like those of an eagle, and it appeared that he was pinpointing the heads of the King Hydra. He counted that only 4 remained. With extremely precise movements, he managed to strike all the L'Oreal pits of each remaining head of the monster. He spun downward while attacking, and because of that, the heads began to bleed. He said that in any case, they would no longer be able to see anything. After that, he declared that he would kill them one by one. He prepared his arm and delivered a powerful karate chop to one of the Hydra's heads, easily severing it. The monster roared loudly again, and while it was still doing so, Retsu readied himself once more and swung his arm horizontally, cutting off the adjacent head as well. After that, he placed another head in a headlock and twisted his body, tearing it away from its neck, while the remaining head attempted to attack him from behind. However, he easily turned toward it, and before it could reach him, he delivered a front-rising kick that split its mouth down the middle of its jaw. Its mouth separated horizontally and was completely torn apart, and before long, it collapsed to the ground. However, despite all of that, Grider said that it would not work, which puzzled Nakamura and Gilga. He explained that the First Strike team had also managed to decapitate the creature, but they had grown careless afterward and were eventually wiped out. He informed them that the true power of the King Hydra lay in that ability. Something then began happening to the King Hydra's necks, and little by little they began to rise again, even without heads. This caught Retsu's attention, and before long, a new set of heads emerged from his necks, while Grider informed them that the monster's heads would continue to return repeatedly. As the injured heads were being severed, Grider added that they would come back stronger and more vicious-looking than before. After more heads were cut off, new ones quickly grew from the monster's necks, and now he had even more teeth in his mouth than before. Their appearance truly changed, gaining additional pairs of eyes and more gills on each head. He released an extremely powerful roar, prompting Retsu to take his stance once again to continue fighting. Even though what was happening seemed terrifying and intense, Retsu still commented how, meaning good, and smiled as he thought that this was the most wonderful experience of his life. While all of this was happening, Retsu began explaining his past experiences. He first showed the first time he went to an amusement park, the first time he rode a jet coaster, and the first time he looked up at the sky above. He continued that because of his admiration for the title of Kaioh, he went to the gates of the Bailin Temple and knocked on them for the first time. When he began training there, the first time he sparred with someone also came. And here he faced an older man who resembled Sea Emperor Kaku when he was a bit younger. At that moment, he experienced extremely fast movements and techniques being thrown at him simultaneously, just like what was happening now, where multiple heads of the Hydra were violently charging at him. He added, while preparing to counter the monster, that now that he stood in this land, facing such an enormous creature, his heart was blazing the same way it had in those earlier days. When the heads of the King Hydra fully lunged at him, he rotated his body and blocked each of them using different parts of his body, from head to toe. After that, he explained that from the tips of his fingers to the tips of his toes, in every single blood cell within his body, he was overflowing with excitement, and this was shown in the way his body surged with what felt like electrifying waves of energy. As a response, he used 2 fingers to strike one of the Hydra's heads on its nose, once again destroying his L'Oreal organ, and after doing so, he pointed out that this was the same right hand that Musashi had once split open. As a counter, he delivered a rising front kick to another head, striking solidly against its lower mouth, forcing it shut violently and causing the monster's teeth to shatter. While doing this, Retsu recalled that this was the same right leg that Pickle had once devoured, and with joy he remarked that now he could attack using all of his strength, commenting on how incredible this feeling was. Another Hydra head attempted to attack him again, this time spraying venom at tremendous speed from its fangs, immediately cutting short his enjoyment and forcing him to evade while thinking that he could not lower his guard even for a moment and that he had to remain offensive. He stomped his foot forcefully and slid forward, and because of that he managed to evade another spray of venom, parry the charge of one head, and attack the adjacent head with rapid punches and kicks effortlessly. After that, he took his stance again and delivered a lunge punch to one of the heads while thinking to push forward. When he forced each of the King Hydra's heads to retreat, he prepared himself once more while commenting inwardly on how delightful this experience was. He grabbed the monster's body afterward, and while carefully feeling it, he said that as expected, it may indeed have 9 heads, but it had only 1 heart. He decided to finish the fight, and after placing his hand on its body, he swiftly formed it into a fist and delivered force without even moving, using only the clenching of his muscles. The tremendous impact struck the King Hydra's chest from that simple blow, causing the monster to stagger backward and making all of his heads vomit blood. Because of that, he collided with the rocks above them, causing them to crack and fall directly onto the King Hydra's body, crushing him further. While this was happening, Retsu addressed us and sincerely apologized for making us wait so long. He performed a traditional martial arts salute and added that now, at last, in this different world, Retsu Kaioh had fully revived. He thanked the King Hydra for battling with him, and sunlight poured onto his body through the hole created when the monster crashed into it. Retsu looked up at the hole above and used his hand to shield his eyes from the glare of the sun, and when he did, he saw a gigantic creature flying in the sky, resembling a dragon roaring. Because of that, he smiled and commented that it seemed the world outside was filled with excitement waiting for him. His joy grew even greater as he realized that to him, this strange land was nothing more than an amusement park. Outside the castle, the destruction of the cave beneath it caught the attention of the people, and they began asking what was happening while pointing out that there was a hole at the foot of the mountain. Gilga, Nakamura, and Grider descended into the cave, and their Gilga shouted that he could not even manage to stand after witnessing a battle like that, and that it did not matter whether Retsu was a struggler or not. He then asked why Retsu would not simply swear his allegiance to him, but when they did not see him beside the crushed King Hydra, he shouted and demanded to know where he was. Nakamura also began calling out to Retsu, while Grider remembered something and pointed out that there was a rock formation ahead that was too narrow for the Hydra to pass through, and beyond that they would find a subterranean river. Not long after, they arrived at the place Grider had mentioned, and there they saw a small waterfall while standing along the side of the wall. Gilga commented that one would have to be extremely reckless to jump into that current after seeing how violently the water rushed through it. Something on the wall beside them caught Nakamura's attention, and it was an engraving that read, "Until we meet again," seemingly left by Retsu. Nakamura's face filled with shock, and he suddenly collapsed to his knees as if all strength had left him, while Grider pointed out that Retsu was no longer there. Gilga comforted Nakamura, telling him not to be sad, and explained that the stream was connected from the reservoir to the city's water supply system. He added that if they sent troops down there, they would surely find Retsu in no time. However, on Nakamura's side, he suddenly broke down and began to cry, but it turned out that the reason was because Retsu had misspelled his name on the engraving. He pointed out that Retsu should have used the other kanji that meant Naka in Japanese, the same one used to write the word companion, or Nakama. The raging waters continued to flow through the cave, and Grider carefully observed it. After a few moments, he called out to Gilga and asked whether he thought Retsu had escaped upstream, which greatly puzzled the king. Grider explained that the stream dropped like a rock from its source at the top of the cliff. He added that there were almost no air pockets along the way up. Because of that, Gilga commented that one would have to be a Sahuagin, a humanoid fish monster from Dungeons & Dragons, to travel upstream against the current, and Grider agreed, while looking at the carved rock near the waterfall. We then got a closer look at the rock, and it was shown that there was a handprint left on the moss above it. And then Retsu was shown vigorously swimming against the powerful current of the river, using all of his muscles and strength in a butterfly stroke, declaring inwardly that he was going upstream. He mentioned the Yellow River civilization and explained that the history of China had proven how prosperous the regions located downstream had become. He then said that if he wanted to leave that city and explore the unknown, he needed to go upstream. He pointed out that the dragon he had seen in the sky was flying toward the wilderness, and he could not afford to lose sight of him. While continuing to swim against the rushing current, he thought to himself that this was a risk, and if he did not reach the surface soon, he would die in the middle of darkness. He went straight into a pitch-black hole, thinking that he was gambling his life in this dangerous game just to witness this strange world. After that, the scene shifted to a waterfall somewhere outside of Kushal, and suddenly bubbles appeared in the water. Not long after, Retsu's head surfaced, followed by his entire body as he flicked his hair upward. He was overjoyed that he had managed to swim and escape from the cave, and he declared inwardly that victory was his. He walked toward the cliff beside the body of water he was in, and there he saw the magnificent view of the royal city. Then, a gigantic shadow veiled him, causing him to look up, and there he saw the dragon from earlier flying directly above him. He smiled and commented on how close it was to him, while the dragon continued flying away toward the vast land of sand. When the dragon's shadow touched the endless desert, something moved beneath the sand, and suddenly a gigantic worm-like creature of the desert appeared and caught the dragon midair with his enormous mouth. He dragged the dragon beneath the sand, and the dragon could do nothing but thrash helplessly. But the event happened too quickly, and the desert became silent once the creature burrowed underground. Retsu smirked, clearly intrigued at the sight of a massive, sand-dwelling insect capable of devouring dragons. He glanced back at the city he had come from and apologized to Nakamura. He then began walking toward the vast expanse of varied terrain that surely housed many different kinds of monsters, and he said that in the end, it seemed that many more adventures awaited somewhere beyond those walls. After that, we moved to a dark forest where two adventurers were facing danger, and it was explained here that with faces far too hideous for human eyes, bodies covered in filth and waste, and a stench so foul it could burn your nostrils, these were among the most despised creatures in this world, the goblins. It was further added that one must not be deceived by their thin and seemingly weak appearance, for goblins can see in the dark, and their sense of hearing and smell are far sharper than those of humans. Moreover, they are an extremely ferocious and warlike race. After that, the words of Warren Sheik from Goblins in Human Society were quoted, stating that if by misfortune you were to encounter a pack of goblins in a forest in the middle of the night, then you should not attempt to fight them. Instead, you must retreat as quickly as possible. That is, of course, if retreat is even an option. The two adventurers could only step backward toward the trees and soon found themselves cornered by the swarm of goblins they were facing. The male knight cursed and commented that there were far too many of them, while his companion, a female elf who appeared to be of the thief class, called him Lord Lorik. Lorik said that they were only 4 kilos or kilometers away from the capital of Berkirka, yet he was dismayed that they still had to encounter these goblins. He called the elf beside him Karen and told her that he would hold them off as long as necessary so that she could escape from that place. However, Karen insisted that she was a follower of House Lincoln and that she would fight by his side. He explained that someone had to tell the king the story of their plight and about the monster threatening to destroy the lands of his family. After that, he shouted that he was entrusting that duty to her and urged her to leave at once. Suddenly, a gigantic wild boar appeared behind them, its massive tusks ready to impale, drawing their attention. Lorik and Karen were shocked and stood frozen at what they saw. In front of them was a pack of goblins, and behind them was a giant boar, and in a voice filled with dread, they commented that this must be how it would all end. But their thoughts were abruptly cut off when they heard a remark about how stinky the goblins were. It turned out that the giant boar was already dead and was being carried on Retsu's back, leaving the two completely dumbfounded at what they were witnessing. When they saw Retsu's appearance, they were confused as to why a human was in that place. The goblins then turned their attention to him and angrily asked if Retsu had just said that they stink, but Retsu did not answer and simply threw the giant boar at them with remarkable ease. The goblins were struck by the boar and were sent flying, and 2 trees collided with it, stopping its flight. After doing that, Retsu told them that this place was supposed to become his camp. In a tired tone, he explained that he had been about to enjoy a wonderful meal and a good night's sleep, but both had been ruined because of the terrible stench he was smelling. He pinched his nose and added that he could share his dinner if they wanted, but instructed them to eat it somewhere far away from there, once again commenting on how badly the goblins stink. One goblin stood up from the smoke of the campfire they had put out and suddenly leaped toward Retsu, ready to strike him with a club while shouting that once again he had said they stink. However, Retsu easily stopped him with one hand and delivered a palm strike to his face while repeating that they stink, causing the goblin to spin away from him. His body slammed hard into a tree and fell to the ground unconscious, while the other goblins revealed themselves one by one, each repeating that Retsu had said they stink while calling him small ears. One goblin shouted in rage that he had trampled on their pride and declared that in the name of the goblin race, they would kill him. This piqued Retsu's interest, and he realized that he had been distracted by the outrageous stench and ugliness of these small creatures, yet they had managed to dodge the giant boar he threw and were still charging at him. He added that they had seen the force behind his attack, and yet their morale remained unshaken. He stared at the goblins and commented that this was very interesting. He also remarked that just as he had thought, the outside world would keep him entertained for a very long time. He sniffed his right hand, the one he had used to palm strike the goblin earlier, and it immediately sent a stinging sensation through his body. After that, he commented that an empty stomach truly is the greatest of spices, and added that he was so hungry that he had only now realized how terrible the smell those creatures had left on his hand. He called out to Lorik and Karen, causing them to turn toward him, and as he prepared to fight, he said that he was taking back what he had said and that he would handle the goblins himself. He took his fighting stance and grew serious, challenging the small creatures to come at him, saying that he could use a good workout. While Retsu was telling Lorik and Karen that he would leave the goblins to him, the two of them were shocked because Retsu regarded the goblins as nothing more than a workout. In Lorik's thoughts, he questioned how Retsu could treat the goblins so casually. Even though they were small in stature, they still carried deadly weapons and were like beasts of prey. As he was thinking that, one goblin leaped forward to attack Retsu with a sword. The goblin swung his small blade forward, and Retsu said that even so, if the goblins used blunt weapons like that sword, it would do nothing, and the blade shattered when it struck his body. Lorik and Karen were astonished when they saw that, especially the goblin who kept glancing back and forth between Retsu and his broken sword. It could be seen on Retsu's shoulder that the only thing he had suffered was a bruise that emitted smoke, and he told the goblin that it would never be able to cut him. Then he grabbed the head of the goblin who had attacked him and told him that he should always take care of his weapons while crushing the goblin's body into the ground. The goblins were impressed by the strength of Retsu's muscles, yet he was not fighting only one goblin, and another tried to tackle him, forcing him to take a step backward. The goblins did not fear death and would not stop attacking. They were like an all-consuming tsunami, and at that moment, all of the goblins charged at once. Meanwhile, Retsu prepared his counterattack, with power overflowing from his right hand. With a powerful jab, he unleashed a wide-area attack that sent all the goblins flying, and some of them even slammed into the trees. Lorik was extremely shocked to see that and asked what kind of physical power Retsu had displayed, saying that the strength and speed of the goblins were inadequate. However, even so, they continued to rise from his attacks and kept rushing him. Retsu picked up the arm of a goblin lying in front of him with his foot and grasped it with his hand. Using the weakened body of that goblin, he swung it with tremendous force at the lead goblin charging at him, accomplishing it in a single swing. At that moment, he thought to himself and said that the goblin he was holding measured 3 shaku and 3 sun, and about 80 katties, Chinese measuring units equal to nearly 110 centimeters and 40 kilograms, which he believed to be the correct measurement. The goblin he was holding called him a swine, and at that instant, he decided what to do. He brought the goblin behind his back and began spinning him at incredible speed, transferring him between his right and left hands. He used him like nunchucks, even showing off his skills, and then posed in front of the countless goblins who were ready to attack him. Meanwhile, the goblin he had turned into nunchucks vomited from dizziness. After that, the scene returned to the past when Retsu was still in the real world. He was with someone who cursed, and another man said that what they were watching must be fake. Retsu said that the fight between the strongest father and son, Yujiro and Baki, in the world had already begun, which they were watching on a television. At that time, they were in the waiting room of Retsu's exhibition match against Wilbur Bolt. As Retsu watched, he estimated that Baki measured 5.1 shaku and 152 katties, roughly 1.68 meters tall and 76 kilograms in weight. To his surprise, Yujiro lifted him effortlessly with one hand by the foot. He then said that he should not have expected anything less from the ogre, who swung Baki with no problem. Returning to the present, Retsu stared sharply at the goblins and said that when it came to using nunchaku, a master of Chinese martial arts would stand above all. Retsu spun the goblin he was holding once more, and in the middle of that, he shifted his grip from the goblin's foot to its hand. He continued playing with it like nunchucks, even shouting as he did so. After a moment, he switched back to holding the goblin by its foot and said that he thought his experiment could be called the Goblin Nunchaku. In the midst of his exhibition with the goblin he had turned into a toy, other goblins charged at him while screaming. In one swing, he struck and sent many goblins flying, and Lorik realized that Retsu was using the goblin's own body as a weapon, with its body already twisted and broken and blood flowing from its mouth and nose. At that moment, the leg of the goblin Retsu was holding finally snapped completely, and its whole body trembled in extreme pain and dizziness. Retsu asked it whether its body was truly that fragile, and at the same time, Another goblin leaped toward him to slash him with a sword. To that goblin's shock, Retsu grabbed its arm and used it as a new weapon while releasing the shattered body of the previous goblin. He smashed the body of his new goblin nunchuck into a spear-wielding goblin charging at him, and said that even if one goblin was not enough, there were plenty more he could pick up, and once again he grabbed another goblin. Like the previous two, he used it as a goblin nunchuck to attack the others. Lorik called it incredible because Retsu was picking up the goblins one by one and using them as disposable tools. Even so, the goblins continued charging, only to be crushed and beaten down one after another by Retsu. Lorik was completely amazed as he watched Retsu break the goblins' bones, their blood splattering everywhere. He asked himself how such power, such overwhelming strength, could feel so divine. He swallowed hard as he questioned himself, while Karen looked shocked and said that she had recently heard rumors about those so-called strugglers. It was said that strugglers would bring destruction to that world, and she thought that Retsu might be one of them. Lorik told her that she was wrong, and he was certain that Retsu was a legend in his family. He said that Retsu would save the world from destruction, and there was no mistake that he was the drifter from the old stories. At that moment, Retsu had already defeated all the goblins, and he turned to Lorik and Karen to tell them that they could now eat dinner peacefully. The two were surprised to hear that, and unbeknownst to them, one goblin still remained, hiding behind the bushes. Lorik repeated in his thoughts that he was certain Retsu, who was currently carrying the giant boar, was the drifter from the old stories who would save that world. Then he thanked Retsu for his help, and Retsu nodded at them and told them that they did not need to thank him. He said he was only fixing a problem in his camp. He added that he was extremely hungry now, and that the giant boar he had caught was too much food for one person. Lorik and Karen were surprised, and later, under the full moon in the depth of night, they entered and camped inside a cave. There, Karen quietly asked Lord Lorik why they were inside that cave. She said they needed to go to the royal capital immediately and ask for help there, and at that moment, Retsu was cooking the boar over a fire. Karen added that Retsu had a strange and exotic look, and perhaps he truly was one of the rumored strugglers. Lorik replied that Retsu had helped them of his own will, so what exactly was she trying to imply? After that, Karen knelt before Retsu, which shocked Lorik. Retsu looked at her, and Karen said that they needed to leave. She asked Retsu to forgive them because they could no longer waste time in that place. She even urged Lorik to stand up and told him that it was time for them to move on, and that they did not want to overstay their welcome. Lorik asked her what she was doing, but before he could finish, Retsu handed them a piece of boar on a stick, surprising them. Retsu said he would not stop them from leaving, but they needed to eat their share of the food first. He even added that an empty stomach could cloud a person's judgment. The two of them smelled the boar Retsu had given them, and Karen said that it had a strange scent. Retsu replied that the aroma came from spices he had gathered from the forest, and he had confirmed that it was not poisonous. Lorik then ate the boar, which surprised Karen. As he chewed, he found it incredibly delicious and told Karen that it tasted amazing, inviting her to eat as well. Karen agreed and took a small bite of the boar. She also found it extremely delicious, and while chewing, Retsu nodded in agreement with her. He added that he was not familiar with that land, so the supplies he had found were limited, but they were very tasty. Lorik seemed surprised and called out to Karen as he stood up, causing her to look at him. He told her that Retsu had saved them from a pack of goblins and so far had shown them nothing but kindness. There was no reason to believe he was a struggler, and he knelt before Retsu. He then introduced himself to Retsu as Lorik Lincoln, the heir of the Lincoln domain in the remote regions of Berkirka, and the one beside him was his servant Karen, who also knelt. Lorik added that his land was currently facing a terrible crisis. He and Karen had been on their way to the capital on a quest to seek help from King Gilga, when their path had led them into the middle of Retsu's battle with the goblins. He said he had been impressed by Retsu's skills, and therefore he had a humble request. Karen was about to ask what he was going to request, but before she could finish, Lorik asked Retsu to come with them and help them. Retsu did not answer and simply continued eating the boar he had cooked. Then he lay down with his back to the two of them and said that he refused Lorik's request, which shocked them. He explained that he was currently on a personal quest to seek out the strongest opponents out there, and the problems of that world did not concern him. He even apologized to the two of them and told them to look for someone else. Silence filled the cave, broken only by the sound of the fire, before Karen let out a heavy sigh. She said that it seemed that was the final answer to Lorik's question and urged him to hurry. At that moment, they could not afford to waste time, and images of the houses in their homeland burning were shown. Karen even mentioned an ogre who was killing their people. Retsu ignored it and simply went to sleep, but he suddenly woke up when he fully processed the mention of the ogre. He asked himself whether the ogre, Yujiro Hanma, might also be in that world. He answered his own question and said that it was impossible, which made the two of them look at him. Lorik asked if he knew anything about the ogre, and Retsu said that from where he came from, there had been an ogre they once called the strongest creature alive. At that moment, a goblin arrived and said that Retsu was being too humble. He even called him boss and asked whether he was strong. He said that Retsu had swung them around just like he swung a tool and asked whether he was not a normal man. Lorik was shocked to see a goblin there and asked why he had come while drawing his sword. The goblin told him to be quiet and called him a walking swine, which angered Lorik. The goblin then told Retsu that he knew the ogre, the one who had nearly wiped out an entire goblin village in the south. Retsu seemed to be getting angry at that moment, his eyes filling completely with pure white, while the goblin asked who was the strongest, Retsu or the ogre. Retsu's aura of power began to surge, and the goblin added that he wanted to see which of the two fought harder. Then the goblin sat down and said that the best of the best once lived in the village that the ogre destroyed, yet even that one had not been able to stand against him. He claimed he was the only one left to tell that story, and suddenly he screamed loudly. Lorik and Karen trembled when they heard it, and the goblin remarked that the boar looked like horse meat. He asked Retsu if he could have some, while Lorik told him he had quite the nerve since the food only belonged to Retsu. Retsu replied that he didn't mind if the goblin took some, and the goblin said that he was the best, unlike Lorik who did not know how to share, which irritated Lorik. Retsu remained silent and thought about the idea of fighting the ogre. If he thought about it, it was just like that one time with Yujiro, and even another time as well. Somehow, he had never truly had the chance to fight the ogre in his own world. He remarked that there was apparently an ogre living in that world too, and the goblin asked if he knew that the ogre ate human flesh. In the middle of saying that, Retsu listened carefully while the goblin opened his mouth wide to eat a cooked piece of boar. Karen and Lorik both watched the goblin eat, and Lorik said that what the goblin was saying was true. He explained that 3 nights ago, a group of mercenary knights employed by his family had expected a nightly assault from the ogre. They prepared a trap and surrounded him, ready to deliver the final blow. However, blood scattered everywhere, because in an instant, all the mercenary knights were killed and eaten by the ogre. Only steel and human remains were found, because every mercenary had been devoured. The goblin then asked if Lorik and Karen were both Lincoln folk. He said that the mercenaries were a real pain, but when fighting the ogre, things just get nasty. He added that even if the ogre was the opponent, Retsu would surely win. After saying that, had his middle finger in a flicking position, and it turned out that the goblin was the target. Retsu flicked him with tremendous force, sending him flying. The goblin screamed in pain and writhed on the ground. Retsu said he did not like what the goblin was doing. He asked whether he was not proud like other goblins, since so far he had done nothing but kiss the ground he walked on. Retsu grabbed the goblin's head and asked again about the ogre who devoured humans in that world. He said that the ogre he knew had also said something similar, and then he pushed the goblin's head down. The goblin fell to the ground, while Retsu remembered how Pickle had bitten his right leg, and he said that he knew very well how to fight someone who ate people. The goblin was shocked, as were Lorik and Karen. Retsu said that the ogre of that world killed goblins and attacked human lands, and he wondered how that compared to Hama Yujiro, whom he had never truly conquered, or to Pickle, who had completely overwhelmed him. That was something he wanted to find out. He then asked Lorik if Lorik was indeed his name, which surprised Lorik as he answered yes. Retsu formally introduced himself and said that just moments ago he had refused Lorik's request, but now that he knew his situation, his answer had changed. He gave a kung fu salute and said he wanted Lorik to take him to his land. Lorik was extremely shocked to hear that and immediately thanked Retsu. In Retsu's thoughts, he said that perhaps it was fate that he would meet the ogre, while the goblin grinned. Then Retsu stood up from where he had been resting and told the two Lincoln folk that they should leave. In the next scene, Retsu traveled with Lorik and Karen, and not far behind them, the goblin followed. When they arrived at a ruined town, where someone called out to Lord Lorik, shocked that he was still alive. Lorik asked whether everyone was safe, and the one who called out to him, who turned out to be soldiers, said that the Lord and the survivors had taken refuge in the great temple. Lorik opened the massive doors of the temple and announced to his father that he had returned. He added that a great power has come to aid them, and the people were glad to hear that. Meanwhile, a soldier was already calling for the Lord to inform him that the young master, Lorik, had returned. The Lord was surprised to hear this, looking extremely stressed as he stood up with the help of his cane. His expression changed from stress to joy at the return of his son. Lorik was relieved that his father was still safe, who said that more importantly, the king had heard their request and had already sent the army. Lorik replied that this was no longer necessary, which confused his father. He explained that it was because Retsu Kaioh had agreed to help them. The Lord did not understand what that meant and asked who Retsu was. Lorik answered that Retsu was the legendary drifter from the old stories. He had single-handedly defeated a pack of goblins with his bare hands and saved him and Karen. Lorik said Retsu's strength was equal to that of an army of 100 men, but he immediately corrected himself and said that even 1,000 men could not compare to him. The Lord's eyes darkened upon hearing this, and he asked Lorik whether he truly believed that Retsu could defeat the ogre alone. Lorik answered yes, and said that Retsu was more than capable of doing so. This angered his father even more, and he struck Lorik with his cane. Lorik could not react, while Karen and Retsu were shocked. The Lord asked whether Lorik truly grasped the gravity of their situation and struck him again with the cane. He told Lorik to look at the people crowding inside the temple, people who had placed their faith in him and prayed for his safety, while they had no choice but to wait for an army to save them because the threat of the ogre's attack still remained. As he spoke, he repeatedly struck Lorik with his cane. The Lord added that despite their dire situation, Lorik had brought only Retsu, a nobody whose origins no one even knew. At that moment, Retsu grabbed the Lord's cane to stop him from striking Lorik, leaving the old man visibly shocked. Retsu said he did not know the customs and etiquette of that place, but he understood the Lord's anger and concern for his people. He said that once he defeated the ogre, that would be the end of their problems. The Lord lowered his head and said that those who had come before Retsu to slay the ogre had all said the same thing, and he wondered how happy they were now inside the beast's stomach. Then he pulled his cane from Retsu's hand and told him to do as he pleased, but not a single fool could ever satisfy the ogre's hunger. Lorik and Karen did not know what to say, and Retsu seemed angered. He turned to leave, and Karen tried to call out to him. He then exited the temple, and Lorik chased after him while calling his name. Lorik pleaded with him to forgive his father's behavior, and he added that his father was very strict and not very polite. But before he could finish, Retsu said he did not mind. However, he had felt something when facing the Lord, though he chose not to say it, and instead said that leaving that aside, Lorik's territory was fairly large and too poorly defended. Lorik replied that it was a known fact that the ogre ate people, but that fate only befell those who ventured too close to its territory. People only traveled to their land from the mountains, and no one would journey that far just to attack them. Nevertheless, for some unknown reason, the ogre had begun attacking the Lincoln domain. As Lorik said this, the scene shifted to two soldiers guarding the entrance of a certain place. The two were quiet when someone suddenly spoke and asked them where something was. The soldier with an eye patch was confused and asked his companion if he had heard that. Instead of receiving an answer, blood splattered onto him because the ogre was already eating his companion's head. The soldier with the eye patch was unable to speak out of sheer terror, and when he finally gathered the courage to shout the ogre's name, the creature grabbed him with its enormous hands and effortlessly twisted his head. The soldier's body collapsed to the ground, and the ogre once again asked where the thing he was looking for was. At that time, it was clear that both soldiers guarding the entrance were already dead. The ogre once again asked where the thing he was looking for was, and because he shouted the question so loudly, Retsu heard it from where he stood. Lorik recognized the ogre's voice, while his father inside the temple felt his head ache. The Lord told his people that no help would come and that no one would save their land. Then he asked them to pray, and said that the artifact he used as a cane was the Staff of Happiness. Elsewhere, beneath the bright moon, soldiers screamed in pain. The ogre questioned them about where the thing he sought was, and one soldier even tried to throw his sword at him while telling him to stay back. The ogre did not listen, which only terrified the soldier further, and he grabbed the soldier's head. The soldier's body trembled, and with only his fingers, the ogre ended his life by piercing his neck. Blood flowed from the soldier's nose, mouth, and neck, and the soldier felt heat, suffocation, and the ogre's grip on his ribs and clavicles. The ogre tore the soldier's ribs from his body, causing even more blood to spill. Meanwhile, Retsu and Lorik moved through the town when Retsu suddenly stopped walking, confusing Lorik. The Sea King stared into a very dark alley that carried an aura drawing him in, and he told Lorik that he smelled blood coming from there. Lorik replied that the path ahead at the bottom of the stairs led to the communal waters. It was a dead end, so if the ogre was there, it would be difficult to fight him. Lorik noticed something else and stopped Retsu, because someone was climbing up the stairs. As the man continued ascending, his face became clear, blood streaming from his nose, and Lorik recognized him as Roy. Lorik ran toward him, asking what had happened and where the others were, but he stopped before finishing his question. He saw that Roy's head was twisted backward, and Roy slipped as he climbed. Lorik screamed Roy's name in agony and saw that the ogre had already removed his frontal ribs. Retsu was shocked to see this, because the other soldiers had suffered the same fate. Many of them had been mercilessly killed by the ogre, and Retsu appeared angered. He said that the ogre had gouged people's stomachs and called him a monster that disembowels people. At the same time, Lorik repeatedly screamed Roy's name. Retsu thought that the ogre's strength might not rival Yujiro or Pickle, but with the grip strength of Hanayama Kaoru and the incredible muscles of Oliva, the ogre of that world had potential. Even so, he should not treat people as if they were toys. Retsu shouted loudly to call him out, and the ogre looked at him with a menacing glare. In his thoughts, Retsu said that this was clearly the work of a demon, while above on a rooftop, the goblin was watching. The goblin said that the timing was right, but something was strange. Usually, the ogre hunted people to eat them, but at that moment, he was not eating. He was simply sitting there, dismembering people. Perhaps he was looking for something else. At that moment, Retsu descended the stairs, and Lorik tried to stop him, but he told him to stay back. Then he leaped down toward the ogre, his aura of power radiating outward. As soon as he landed, he declared that he would kill the ogre of that world, who was already preparing to attack him. If the ogre tried to dismember him, he would do the same in return, and the ogre's monstrous face was revealed, with 2 horns on his forehead, 4 on his chin, and countless sharp teeth. While watching the impending battle, Lorik commented anxiously that in this world, that ogre alone stood at the very top of the food chain. To himself, he carefully considered the fact that Retsu was facing it alone, while the goblin who had been watching with them from the top of a building questioned whether his boss was really going to fight that ogre. The ogre prepared his right arm and sent it crashing toward Retsu. He delivered a powerful hammer fist, which Retsu tanked head-on by clenching his body and bracing himself as he blocked it. That impact produced a brilliant flash that left the goblin gaping and Lorik deeply alarmed. When the shock subsided, it was revealed that Retsu had managed to stop the ogre's hammer fist with his 2 arms crossed in front of him, and because of the force of that attack, the ground beneath him shattered as the power traveled from his hands down to his feet. The ogre stared at him. Lorik's jaw dropped at Retsu's strength, and the goblin added that both of them were incredibly strong. Retsu's body visibly tightened as veins stood out along his frame, and he gritted his teeth in preparation. He took a deep breath, then immediately countered the giant ogre. He swiftly rotated his body and delivered a solid kick directly to the monster's face, so fast that the ogre could not react. Retsu's foot buried itself into the ogre's face, and as a follow-up, he quickly lowered his body to the ground and executed a rapid sweep kick, causing the ogre to stumble and fall into a seated position. Retsu did not stop there. He rose onto his tiptoes and moved his body with speed once more to deliver a left-turning kick to the face of the now-seated ogre. The goblin and Lorik were shocked again at the sight of that extraordinary combo, while the ogre's face seemed as if it were losing consciousness. The goblin commented that Retsu must be using magic, while Lorik wondered whether he had already defeated the ogre. Retsu planted both of his feet firmly on the ground afterward, and without losing focus on the enemy before him, he said inwardly that in total, the ogre had received 2 kicks to the face that for a human would already be a death sentence. Yet for this giant monster, he still managed to stand after all of that. Concern and disbelief were visible on Lorik's and the goblin's faces, while Retsu simply smirked and remarked that of course he was still standing. Because of that, he took his stance again, and after stepping forward with a long stride, he delivered another solid kick to the ogre's face. He followed it up with a back slap, a right kick, and a sudden strike to the chin, thinking inwardly that if the ogre still stood, he would simply shake his brain with 4 strikes to the jaw. And it was clear that the ogre was truly staggering after that assault. It seemed as though the ogre had lost consciousness, prompting Lorik to cheer that this was it, while the goblin happily declared that it was over. However, before the ogre could completely fall, he suddenly stood upright and immediately grabbed Retsu by both shoulders while roaring. Lorik shouted in alarm, and even the goblin cried out in dread, saying that Retsu had been caught by the ogre. The ogre's sharp claws began to dig into Retsu's shoulders as he held him, yet despite that, Retsu continued to smile. As he watched the ogre roaring in front of him, he recalled where he had seen such toughness, power, and wildness before. He said that it was exactly the same as he remembered, and suddenly he saw the lights of the underground arena. As the ogre's mouth drew closer to his right shoulder to bite him, he said that it was exactly like pickle. Because of that, he thought of something to do and declared that Chinese martial arts would not be defeated twice, and he moved his body accordingly. Retsu prepared his neck, and with a swift motion, he used his long hair as a whip, striking the ogre's face just as he was about to bite him, causing him to recoil and shut his eyes. He immediately followed it up with a rapid strike to the ogre's neck, making the monster feel a brief choking sensation. The ogre released his grip as he instinctively clutched his own throat, allowing Retsu to pull back and shift to a different form of attack. Lorik was overjoyed to see him escape from the monster's grasp. In his mind, Retsu said that if this ogre was truly like pickle, then he already knew which technique he would use. His body began to relax, and as if he did not have a single care in the world, he calmly walked toward the monster. Step by step, he approached the ogre, who appeared puzzled. The goblin was also confused by the way Retsu moved and could not understand it, while Lorik wondered inwardly what Retsu intended to do and how he could act so completely defenseless. On Retsu's side, he declared inwardly that he would show this ogre hell. Once he reached sufficient distance, he rotated his body and, like a long, flexible object, lashed his entire left arm against the ogre's flank, causing him to feel a piercing pain. The ogre collapsed to the ground and began writhing in agony, and because of the intensity of the pain, he screamed at the top of his lungs. The goblin was stunned to see the ogre crying out in pain and wondered what had just struck him. Lorik also questioned whether Retsu had used magic, at which point Retsu explained to the ogre that this was the reason he had called the grappler Baki Hanma a prodigy. He reminded him that Baki had used this very technique against Pickle. It was a palm technique equally effective against all creatures with exposed skin. This was the secret fist of the ancient Japanese school of Kudo, the Benda. It was shown here how his entire hand had lashed forcefully across the ogre's body. Retsu continued using this technique while explaining that the reason Baki was a prodigy was because he had mastered that technique at only 18 years old, but putting it into practice was an entirely different matter. After that, he explained that the origin of the Benda came from one of the forms of Qi Kong, the Shui Shou, which literally means to swing one's arms. He added that one must imagine his own body as if it were water. He should relax both his hands and feet, transform his weight and speed, and become like a whip. This was exactly what Retsu did, and after briefly relaxing his entire body, he swung his arm again toward the ogre's left shoulder. As the ogre roared in pain from the damage inflicted by his palm whip, Retsu explained that this was a palm technique that damages neither the muscles nor the bones, but the skin itself. He then declared that for the second time in his life, he was fighting Pickle again, and this time, victory would be his. He continued attacking the ogre using the Binda technique, striking various parts of his body with both his arms and legs. Because of the speed of these strikes, the ogre could do nothing but receive them, and every area that was hit had its skin shredded. The ogre grew irritated and decided to step back, which greatly surprised the goblin who saw him retreating. The ogre growled as he covered his battered face with his hands, and his expression turned serious. Horns began to grow from his shoulders and back as if he were taking on a new form, and even his head sprouted additional horns, giving him a demonic appearance that caught Retsu's attention. The goblin could not believe it and anxiously said that this was impossible. He recalled what the lone surviving chieftain from a goblin village had once said, that he had never seen an ogre like that before. He said that this ogre possessed a bloodlust mode, and it was clearly shown how the monster's muscles seemed to swell as his rage intensified. He added that this ogre had once destroyed an entire forest near the southern village, and that was the power carried by the ogre's storm gust. Retsu was covered by the shadow of the gigantic ogre as he transformed before him, capturing his full attention. The ogre raised his hands to make himself appear even larger, while Retsu carefully observed him. However, despite the transformation, Retsu simply said finally as he prepared to fight again. He commented with a smile that the strange world before him was beginning to exceed his expectations. After that, it was explained that the ogre, within the land of the ribbon or Japan, is a mythical creature of fairy tales and a title given to a mighty one, the bearer of the demon back, none other than Yujiro Hanma. Retsu added that its very existence is a product of human imagination. The ogre then placed his hands on the ground, and Retsu began speaking to Baki inwardly, saying that Baki was the one who had shown him this during his fight against Pickle, his Triceratops style. After that, he said that in this strange world, he had encountered a real one, and here the ogre now stood on both his hands and feet. He pointed out that vicious horns had grown all over his body, and commented that with both his hands and feet pressed against the ground, he was so enormous that he no longer fit within his field of vision. He called this ogre a true Triceratops, just like Pickle. He thought that this monster might attempt a feint or a retreat, but he stated that there would be no such deception, and pointed out that he was already prepared to charge. The goblin began to grow nervous and said to wait, frightened by the idea that Retsu might truly remain there and simply watch. He pointed out that this was the same force that destroyed the forest near the goblin village in the south, the demonic wind gust of the ogre's tackle. He added that if the same thing were to happen where they were now, nothing would remain, not even his boss or the town. Retsu then called out to Lorik, catching his attention, and asked whether the citizens were safe inside the temple. Lorik was puzzled by the question but immediately answered yes, upon which Retsu said he was sorry, but since he was already there, he would have to brace himself for what was about to come. He informed him that the ogre's next attack would most likely reduce the entire area where they stood to rubble. Lorik shivered in fear upon hearing that, completely shaken and unable to believe it, while the goblin clung tightly to his perch, groaning in anxiety. Retsu considered the fact that this was a monster with the weight and weaponry of a Triceratops, and the same leaning stance as Pickle, and he commented that the impact of such an attack was something he could hardly imagine. But now, he would not run, he would not step back, and he would not surrender. He prepared himself to face this monster, and determination to defeat him was clearly visible in his eyes. The ogre's horns began to crackle, and in an instant, he vanished from where he stood and charged toward Retsu, while Retsu inwardly urged him to come closer. Retsu angled his left shoulder toward the charging monster and added that he should show him what he was capable of. Retsu did not move from his position and accepted the ogre's charge head-on, which caused a tremendous impact that enveloped the surroundings. The area they stood upon trembled from the force of the shockwave, causing the goblin to grip his perch tightly, while Lorik was blown away from where he stood. Smoke filled the area around Retsu and the ogre after that, and as he watched, the goblin wondered what had happened, while Lorik grew anxious. Yet as he observed the smoke carefully, he noticed something. When the smoke cleared, they saw that Retsu was still standing, seemingly without a scratch, and behind him near the steps was the silhouette of the ogre, whose horns were now chipped on one side of his body. The goblin was shocked to see this, and it became clear that Retsu had blasted the giant backward, leaving the goblin unable to believe what he was witnessing. After that, Retsu explained the move the ogre had used, a low and super fast tackle. He said that during his fight against Pickle, he had accepted that charge using his Bung Quan, and because of that, he suffered a humiliating defeat. However, Baki had instead used his opponent's momentum against him and sent Pickle flying. Master Hanayama once said that bullets can change trajectory depending on the organ they strike, and that they can even be deflected by a single blade of grass. The stronger the assaulting force, the less power is required to divert it. We then return to the moment when the ogre charged at Retsu, and at that instant, he prepared himself and shifted his stance, thinking that if that was the case, he would face the ogre with this stance, like a boxer. This was what he had learned in America while facing the heavyweight boxing champion, Smoking Joe Cruiser. He quickly pivoted his left foot and swung his fist, delivering what was clearly a left hook that landed solidly on the ogre's face before he could even close the distance. The ogre's entire body spun from the impact, and he was blasted backward into a wall, shattering it. We then returned to the present, where the smoke from their clash had already cleared, and the sheer force of Retsu's punch was evident in his fist. He then explained that in Chinese martial arts, there exists a basic technique called Quan Shui, where a practitioner strikes the blind spot of his opponent from both sides. He added that after experiencing the power of a boxer's hook, his own Quan Shui had become more compact, more nimble, and far stronger, finally evolving into the form he had used here. As he observed the seemingly unconscious ogre, he commented that the monster's power was a delight to him, while shock was clearly visible on the faces of Lorik and the goblin as they watched. He then added that the ogre of his world was nothing like this one. He explained that as the Taoist merchant Lao Tzu once said, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Now, he added while forcefully stomping his foot on the ground, that Chinese martial arts, in this strange world, had entered its 4,001st year, and then he shouted loudly as he took his fighting stance. On the goblin's side, he found it hard to believe that his boss had demolished the ogre all by himself and wondered what he would do next, while Lorik said inwardly that he could not believe it, yet he had seen it with his own eyes. He pointed out that he had witnessed the exact moment when Mr. Retsu's punch struck the ogre. He said it was a true miracle, like an arrow shot from a crossbow crossing the battlefield only to be seized by a human hand. Moreover, he explained that the ogre's tackle possessed destructive power greater than that of a catapult. He pointed out that the ogre takes aim at his target and crushes whatever stands in his way. But he quickly corrected himself and admitted that Retsu was certainly capable of such a feat. He then realized that the move must have been the same one Retsu used to bring down the giant boar, and the goblin reached the same conclusion, causing him to comment in absolute amazement that Retsu was incredible. Lorik happily approached while calling out to Retsu, but as soon as he stepped onto the stairs, they gave way, and he began to fall, causing him to panic. Fortunately, someone grabbed his hand, and it turned out to be Lord Lincoln, who had let go of his staff of happiness. Lorik was shocked, while his father asked if he was all right. The staff tumbled down the stairs and ended up piercing the ground in front of the ogre. The ogre looked at the staff, then suddenly spoke and commented that he had finally found it. The ogre tried to reach for the staff of happiness, while Lord Lincoln, furious and trembling with anger, shouted at him not to dare touch his staff. Before the ogre could grab it, Retsu moved swiftly and took hold of it himself. Lord Lincoln was overjoyed when that happened, while the ogre was left stunned. Moments later, the staff of happiness began to crackle, and suddenly a massive spiritual being emerged from it, roaring loudly, which startled Retsu at the sight of it. He immediately let go of the staff, causing it to fall to the ground, and he felt a slight unease from what he had just sensed. He commented that the miasma he experienced was extremely dreadful and wondered if this was the true nature of what he had sensed earlier. Someone then laughed behind him and remarked that of course he had felt the ogre's miasma. It turned out to be the goblin who had followed them, and he added that as Retsu had seen, that was not a staff of happiness. Lorik was shocked to see the goblin and immediately recognized him as the one they had spoken to earlier in the cave. The goblin informed them that the red orb embedded in the staff was a cursed demonic thing called the Ogre Ruby. Retsu was puzzled by the term cursed demonic thing, so the goblin further explained that if anyone other than an ogre tried to hold that orb, Their mind would go insane, and before long, they would cease to exist. A woman suddenly called out to Lorik, and when he turned, he saw that it was Karen. She explained that it was also her first time seeing such a thing, but she had heard of it from the great mistress of the elven tribe. She added that if that truly was the ogre ruby, it would explain Lord Lincoln's recent strange behavior, including the incident where he struck Lorik. The goblin then said that according to legend, the orb was the crystallized bloody tear of a dead ogre chieftain, which became the ogre ruby. He added that for an ogre, it was the soul of his ancestor and his most precious treasure, but for other beings, it was a miasma that consumed both body and soul. The goblin revealed that their village elder had stolen the orb from the ogre's tomb. According to him, the ogre had been so enraged that he nearly wiped them out, and the ogre who fought Retsu was likely the tomb guardian, which explained why he was so powerful. Retsu then asked why they would risk so much to steal such a thing, and the goblin explained that they did so because there were always those willing to pay for it. There were collectors who wanted it for their treasures, schemers who wished to send it to their enemies to eliminate them, old men who believed the ogre's life force granted immortality, and even fools who thought it was a talisman to ward off monsters. He added that perhaps that Lord Lincoln, had been one of them, as they were shown the man trembling in shock. Nervously, Lord Lincoln realized that this was the true nature of the orb, and while clutching his head, he admitted that he believed what he had done was for the good of his people, which was why he bought that staff from a traveling merchant. He sat down in frustration and realized that the ogre had only come to his city to reclaim the ruby. He also realized that all this time, he had been the one who planted the seeds of suffering in the Lincoln domain. Retsu said that he understood, and then began juggling the staff with his foot, causing Lorik and the others to gape in astonishment, while even the goblin was left stunned. The staff of happiness spun in the air, and as the ogre watched it, Retsu remarked inwardly that he had thought the ogre was merely a monster that devoured humans without regard. With a swift motion of his foot, he kicked the staff, shattering its body and leaving only the ogre ruby intact. Wooden shards scattered toward Lorik, Karen, and the goblin, forcing them to shield their faces. The ogre ruby remained suspended in the air, and Retsu added that the creature killed only to protect the memories of his ancestors. He then caught the ogre ruby and handed it over with utmost respect, saying that his kind were devout beings. The ogre joyfully took the orb and began to sob and cry, his wailing echoing through the surroundings. As Retsu listened, he commented that so this was the cry of an ogre. The royal guards then arrived at the scene and heard the ogre's cries, and when they looked over the area where the battle had taken place, the man who appeared to be a general asked what carnage it was that they were witnessing. Lord Lincoln, looking utterly drained, began walking toward the guards who had died from the ogre's charge, and he asked himself if what the goblin had said was true, that because of his mistake in bringing the ogre ruby to them, the ogre had assailed his territory. His entire body trembled, and when he saw a sword lying on the ground, he immediately picked it up and pressed it against his own neck, thinking that they had reached this point and that he must pay for everything with his life. Lorik cried out in alarm at the sight of this, while Retsu immediately formed a fist and delivered a punch to Lord Lincoln's back. It was then explained that this was the technique called Tu-Jin, where the impact of a punch travels through the body and strikes only a specific part connected to it. This was exactly what happened when Retsu struck Lord Lincoln, as the impact traveled into the sword and shattered it. The shattered pieces of the sword fell to the ground, and Lord Lincoln dropped to his knees. In frustration, he muttered to himself whether he was not even allowed to die, while Retsu simply stared at him. Retsu explained that death could be an easy escape from many things, but he pointed out that Lord Lincoln was still the lord of that land. He asked what would happen to the people he would leave behind, which seemed to make Lord Lincoln realize the weight of his decision. He slumped down after that, and Lorik quickly rushed to him and embraced him. Retsu quietly watched everything unfold, and while Lorik hugged his father, he told Retsu from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you very much." After all of that, time passed, and we moved to an interview with a guard who had witnessed the scene, introduced to us as the Lincoln Domain Guardsman, Sto Ozma. He commented that he was quite astonished after learning about the ogre's ancestor. The ogre had taken the orb like it was his own baby and immediately headed toward the mountains. And yes, It seemed that all his desire to fight had vanished there. After that, their lord decided to become a priest, and to this day, he continued to mourn the victims of the incident. He also said that Master Lorik had put down the purple and declared that he would live among the common people, but he was certain that he would return and reclaim the title of lord in due time. He shared that everyone seemed to like the man while he lived alongside them. The interviewer then asked where Retsu had gone, and Stowe said that Lorik himself had tried very hard to persuade him to stay, but Retsu left without saying where he was headed, and as this was explained, we were shown Retsu climbing a steep cliff and briefly looking at the city while smiling. The interviewer said he had heard rumors about Retsu being called a struggler or something like that, but Stowe denied it and explained that Retsu was different from those kinds. That was, at least, the sentiment in Lincoln. He explained that the man was the savior who protected their town from the ogre's attacks, and now he was the guardian of that town, the patron saint of the Lincoln domain, and we were shown that the people there decided to build a statue in honor of his service. After that, we returned to Retsu's side, and while looking at the city of Lincoln, he pondered about the ogre and said that long ago, he had lost his right leg during his fight against Pickle, so he took up boxing to strengthen his lost footwork. He said that that experience had helped him in the present while fighting that ogre. He commented that it had been a duel full of bitterness and resentment, but because of it, he had taken a new step forward. He smiled and began climbing again with the hands and feet he had once lost, and as he did so, he happily said that this strange world was so vast and that many more worthy foes awaited him ahead. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared above him, and a strong gust of wind brushed against his skin, catching his attention. The wind grew even stronger, so as a precaution, he quickly clenched his fist and punched the rock he was climbing, embedding his arm into it like a pin. When he looked up, he saw a gigantic bird flying while holding an entire tree in its talons. Then he noticed the goblin following him, clinging to a branch of that very tree and shouting for help, causing him to stare at it speechlessly. Retsu followed where the giant bird had gone. There, he saw a person on top of a rock, being chased by animals. It turned out that those animals were killer rats nearly the size of cats, and the one they were chasing was a young boy who kept telling them to stay back while trying to strike them with a stick. However, it had no effect, because the large rats still managed to get close to him, and as a last-ditch effort, he swung at them while shouting for them to stop and crying out for help. Retsu grabbed the rock where the boy was standing, and in an instant, he shattered it, causing both the rats and the boy to fall. Retsu immediately looked at the falling boy, while the rats scattered and ran away. Retsu managed to catch the boy, whose entire body was trembling in fear, and when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see Retsu. Retsu told the boy not to worry because the rats had already left, and the boy thanked him. Shortly after, inside a house in the middle of the forest, the boy, who was scooping soup, said that Retsu had broken the rock and scared away the monsters. For an old man, he said, Retsu was quite strong. Retsu did not like being called an old man, and the boy added that he had been there because of the rock, but the killer rats had arrived and ruined everything. Then he offered Retsu some soup and said it was not much, but he was grateful for what he had done. Retsu asked if the boy had mentioned the rock, and the boy asked if he did not know. Retsu thought for a moment, as the boy pointed something out to him. It was an extremely tall rock tower, and the boy said that the rock was the monster living at the top of that great rock. With its massive claws, it could catch a giant boar in a single strike. Thinking about the giant boar, Retsu said that in his homeland there were tales of a legendary giant bird called Pung. With wings that spanned a li in length, about 400 meters, the Pung could tear off the roofs of houses and topple trees by flapping its wings. The boy said that was exactly the rock he was referring to, as Retsu sipped the soup, before asking if he was there because of the bird called the rock. The boy said yes, because he wanted to take the rock's eggs. He explained that since his father had not returned from work, his mother had to work on the farm, but she became ill and collapsed in the middle of the plantation. So he thought he could enter the rock's nest by allowing himself to be carried up as food for its young. Then he would choose one of the nourishing eggs to feed his mother so she could recover. Retsu said that once the nestlings had hatched, it meant there would be no eggs left, which surprised the boy. He added, however, he had seen the rock gathering trees on his way there, so it was probably still building its nest. That meant the rock had not laid eggs yet, which made the boy happy. He was about to ask something, but before he could, Retsu asked if he was saying that he planned going up the rock to take the eggs. He reminded him that he was just a boy who had been frightened by rats, and asked what he would do if the giant bird set its eyes on him. Retsu said he admired the boy's devotion to his mother, but he should not mistake courage for recklessness. The boy's hands trembled as he said that, who said that even so, for his mother's sake, he promised he would get the eggs. Retsu finished his bowl of soup and set it down firmly on the table. He told the boy he had imagined he would say that, and it seemed he needed to see it for himself. In the next scene, Retsu began climbing the extremely tall rock tower where the rock's nest was located, and said that in his former world, birds of prey like eagles and hawks were the apex of aerial life, and they soared through the skies and hunted animals below. In that strange world, however, the size of the birds surpassed imagination. They pulled enormous trees from their roots and devoured giant boars, making it difficult to believe such creatures lived alongside them. If that was the case, he wanted to see them with his own eyes, and if possible, he wanted to fight them. Beyond that, he felt excitement overflowing within him, and as he said that, he reached the top of the rock tower. He added that in the end, there was nothing more to say, and inside the rock's nest, he saw 6 massive eggs. He looked around and seemed slightly disappointed that the rock was not there. However, the eggs were already within his grasp, and he was holding them. They were 10 times larger than ostrich eggs, with at least 100 times the density. He was about to comment on the true size of the rock, but he stopped speaking when a goblin suddenly appeared from between 2 of the eggs. He immediately recognized him as the goblin who had been following them with Laurik. The goblin assumed Retsu had come to save him, and even said he knew Retsu would not abandon him after seeing what he had been through. Retsu looked puzzled and said he had forgotten about him. The goblin pleaded with him, telling him he needed to believe him and find a place to hide before the rock returned. But before he could finish, his expression filled with fear because the rock had already found them, which he called a she, and it had the face of an eagle, already gawking loudly. Retsu was overwhelmed by the sheer size of the rock, and he commented that its talons could seize an elephant without any difficulty. Its beak could even pierce a whale, the giant fish of the ocean. He was thrilled at that moment, saying that the rock's size was wonderful, while the goblin anxiously said they needed to escape, though he did not know where to go. Retsu took the rope he had with him, and to the goblin's shock, he wrapped it around his body. The goblin was confused, and it was shown that Retsu had tied one of the rock's giant eggs to him. The goblin asked what Retsu was planning, and Retsu said that the goblin was now an egg thief. The goblin was baffled, and Retsu told him to move as he pushed him forward. They both leaped down from the rock's nest, and the goblin repeatedly screamed the word lies. He was terrified as he fell from the sky, thinking he was about to die. At that moment, the rock dived down to pursue them, and the goblin continued screaming in fear, while Retsu fell calmly without a trace of fear, even though he was falling headfirst. He told the rock that it had been baited by the egg thief, and the goblin asked if the rock was chasing him. Retsu said that what was about to happen would be a first in the history of Chinese martial arts, a battle in the air, in the middle of a free fall. The rock opened its beak to bite the goblin, so Retsu grabbed the rope and spun his body to the left to make the goblin evade the rock's bite. The goblin could not believe what was happening, as the rock used its sharp claws to attack. To avoid them, Retsu spun his body rapidly forward in midair, preventing both himself and the goblin from being caught by the rock's talons. The goblin then asked what was going on. Retsu used his arms, elbows, and legs to block the various attacks of the rock's claws, as it circled them in flight and struck from different angles. Retsu said that because of the rock's enormous body, every attack it made felt like a violent wind, as expected from a legendary bird. The sky was its domain, and it tried once more to bite them. Retsu added that, however, the strength of the rock, which he called the ruler of the sky, created an opening for his attack. As he said that, he kicked the goblin hard to move him away from the rock's bite, then spun his body with tremendous force and delivered a powerful kick to the rock's face. The giant bird cried out in pain and flew upward, while Retsu and the goblin continued falling. The rock quickly turned back toward them, and Retsu thought that the damage he had inflicted was superficial. He said that in the middle of the sky, there were no footholds he could use to lessen the force of his fall, so in that case, he would draw in as much air as he could to expand his whole body and use that air as a brake, which he then expelled downward. Because of that, their fall slowed, and they disappeared from the rock's sight. The rock was confused when it could no longer see them, so it spread its wings, flapping it to slow its own descent. Retsu said that the rock was searching for them, and he explained that to master the eagle claw style, a student of Chinese martial arts had to be deeply familiar with the habits of birds of prey. Since such birds had eyes positioned at the front of their heads, no prey could escape their sight. Their vision was 8 times better than that of a human, and they could see prey from more than a kilometer away. As unrivaled hunters of the sky, they excelled at both close and long distances. However, there was a price to pay for such exceptional eyesight. Their large eyes were fixed within their eye sockets and could only look forward, so to control what they saw, they had to move their heads. In other words, there was a blind spot behind the rock, and as he said that, he and the goblin mounted its back. Aside from being a blind spot, that spot also served as a foothold, so victory was now within his grasp. Retsu said that if they were currently in the rock's blind spot, then victory was already his. As he said that, he unleashed an extremely powerful strike, driving his fist into the back of the rock's head, causing it to scream in intense pain. It was visible in the rock's eyes that it had lost consciousness, and the goblin called out to Retsu to tell him that the bird was beginning to fall. Retsu told the goblin to protect the egg, while the goblin screamed in fear as they began to free fall toward the ground once again. The goblin shouted that they were going to crash, and Retsu agreed that if things continued that way, they would indeed crash. However, he added, as long as the rock was still a vertebrate, its nervous system ran directly from its brain. He placed his hand along the line of the rock's spinal cord and said that in that case, it would awaken through a spinal reflex. As he said that, he thrust a finger into the rock's spine to trigger its spinal reflex, successfully awakening the giant bird. Because of that, the rock managed to spread its wings, preventing them from smashing violently into the ground. Before the rock flew upward again, Retsu leapt toward the trees, jumping from tree to tree until he landed safely on the ground. The rock flew away, and the goblin praised Retsu for defeating it, but Retsu said that he had not. It was clear that his clothes were torn, and even his hair tie had snapped. His hair burst free from its binding, and there was a wound on his shoulder. He said that if he had made even the slightest mistake, he would have been decapitated. Then he grinned and teasingly apologized to the rock for taking one of its eggs. Even so, his battle in the air against an otherworldly beast had been an enjoyable experience. After that, Retsu and the goblin returned to the boy's house, where they were warmly welcomed. Retsu told the boy to watch what he was about to do, then tapped the egg. Using only 2 fingers, he cracked open the massive egg. He explained that first, he would pour flour, honey, and milk into the egg and mix them thoroughly, which he did with great dedication. After that, he said he would steam it and revealed that it was a traditional dessert from his homeland. The boy was delighted when he saw it finished, and Retsu said it was called ma lai gao, a Chinese steamed sponge cake. He took a piece and told them to eat. The boy immediately followed and found it incredibly delicious, as did the goblin. Afterward, the boy ran to his mother while calling out to her and told her to eat the ma lai gao that Retsu had cooked. She enjoyed it greatly, which Retsu heard from a distance, and he saw how happy the boy was, and how his mother seemed to be recovering as well, which pleased him. In the next scene, the boy asked Retsu if he was leaving, and Retsu answered that he was. He told the boy that from that point on, he would be the one to cook ma lai gao for his mother. Then he turned to leave, and the boy thanked him, calling him an old man. Because of that, Retsu glanced back and said that he was not an old man. He then introduced himself to the boy as Retsu Kaioh. Soon after, people began enjoying a certain food, and it was revealed that the boy's ma lai gao had become a neighborhood sensation. In no time, what was called the Retsu Gao became one of the most popular foods in the country of Berkirka, but that was a story for another time. After that, the scene returned to Retsu, who said that the west was the correct path. The goblin asked where they were going, what they were going to do, and whether Retsu would cook something for them, and told Retsu to just say it. Retsu looked at the map he was carrying and the goblin told him that if he passed through Shido Canyon coming from the Lincoln Domain, he would reach the town of Muron. Then the goblin pointed to the town of Muron, which was already in front of them. He explained that Muron was a mining town where magic stones were extracted. Trouble-seeking men go there looking to get rich, and there was plenty of entertainment in that town. There was salamander barbecue and serpent cocktail as specialties there. The goblin added that such places could not be found on childish hand-drawn maps, and only a true goblin could tell such things. Retsu said that he was only on friendly terms with the goblin, but he was not there to tour famous places. The goblin was surprised by that, and said that they had already been walking for 5 days, so they would need to rest sooner or later. They walked onto the bridge to cross the canyon while the goblin said they should go, and Retsu thought to himself. He said that Muron looked like a mundane town. It was dark and quiet, and not even the slightest commotion could be heard. The goblin told him not to say that because there were still people crossing the bridge at that moment, and they could see them ahead. Those figures looked at them, but something was strange about them because their faces could not be discerned. Retsu said that they were not human. The goblin was shocked when he saw that the figures ahead of them had no flesh and were nothing but bones. He shouted loudly that those were monsters of darkness, skeletons. He said they were active at night and were the moving undead. They hated the living and attacked in groups, making them a pain to deal with. The goblin asked what the skeletons were doing there, and whether they had already taken over Muron. He told Retsu that they needed to escape, but the bridge was shaking violently, and he could not move. Retsu said that he took back what he had said earlier, because that place was not mundane at all, which surprised the goblin. Retsu planted his foot firmly on the bridge and assumed a fighting stance, balancing his body at the center of the violently shaking structure. The goblin thought to himself that he could not move because of the shaking bridge and asked what kind of magic Retsu was using. We then find out that the Taolu, the katas of Chinese martial arts, of the white crane style, aim to maintain an overwhelming center of gravity, and this form was called Sanshin. That form had been introduced into Ryukyu karate, and it was something that had been seen before, used by Doppo Orochi. However, the white crane version of Sanshin was not practiced with clenched fists, but with open hands. That is to say, that form was not merely defensive, but an offensive one as well. As this was explained, the skeletons charged at Retsu, and using only both hands, he drove his arms into the chest of the first skeleton that attacked him. He shattered its body, which made the goblin exclaim that it was incredible. However, Retsu was not pleased, because as he watched the bones scatter into the air, he saw them suddenly move and return to each other, reforming the skeleton's body. Retsu said that he now understood why the skeleton had not reacted to his attack. He did not understand the mechanism behind it, but by disassembling themselves, they could absorb the damage and regenerate, making them truly otherworldly specters. The goblin called out to him at that moment, and Retsu said that in that case, he would use what he could reach from behind him. It appeared that nothing was there, but in an instant, a stick was suddenly in his hand, which he slowly drew from his back. He used it to strike a skeleton with tremendous force, shattering its bones. Then he used the stick again to break the scattered bones into even smaller pieces. In the middle of swinging his stick, one skeleton suddenly stood upon it, which startled him. That skeleton wore different clothing from the others and spoke in Mandarin, saying that it had been a long time. He even called Retsu his child and addressed him as Eishu, which shocked Retsu greatly. He could not believe that the skeleton knew his real name, and even called him child. His hand trembled at that moment, and he asked who the skeleton in front of him was, while trying to throw it upward. The goblin was shocked, and Retsu attempted to strike the skeleton. However, it leapt to parry his attack with a kick and spun through the air at incredible speed. Retsu recognized the move as a tornado kick, and he could not believe that the skeleton knew Chinese martial arts. A light then shone from within the skeleton's skull, and it told Retsu that he was incorrect. The skeleton asked if he knew that a skeleton weighed only 15% of a human body. As he said that, he unleashed a variety of martial arts techniques against Retsu, adding that after freeing himself from the weight of his own flesh, he had become 85% lighter. That granted him speed beyond human comprehension, yet even so, Retsu was still able to block his attacks. He further explained that his skeletal body, that had been training over the years had transformed into a pure deadly blade, which it used to stab toward Retsu's head. It even declared that for someone who had surpassed human limits, Chinese martial arts was merely an obstacle waiting to be overcome. It was shown that Retsu had suffered a cut on his cheek from the skeleton's last attack, and he asked him if he was his master. After that question, the scene shifted to the past, when Retsu had called out to his master. He had asked him to wait, and questioned whether it was true that he was leaving for Ribbon. His master looked back at him and called him Eishu, the small bird he had raised and trained in the temple like his own son, until he had surpassed him and become a Kaioh. As his fatherly master, he said he was extremely happy for Retsu, yet his pride as a martial artist would not allow him to accept it. Therefore, he would go to Tokyo to become stronger. There, at the Tokyo Dome, the place where the strongest warriors of the world gathered, Retsu had been shocked and could not believe that his master was going to Tokyo, and he asked what he could possibly learn there. He argued that their temple was where the strongest in the world resided, but before he could finish, his master called him by his full name, Retsu Eishu. He called him a frog in a well, which shocked him. His master then said that Chinese martial arts was not the strongest in the world, which angered Retsu so much that he attacked him. Unfortunately, his master's foot suddenly drove into his face, sending him flying back toward the entrance of the temple. His master told him that he was about to strike him, so why had he hesitated? Retsu replied that fellow students like them were forbidden to fight each other. The master answered that such naivety was precisely Retsu's weakness, which stunned him. His master told him not to settle for the title of Kaioh and to break out of his shell, calling him Eishu. He left him with those final words before departing from the temple. Back in the present, Retsu asked his master why he was in that world, in the body of a skeleton. His master responded by giving him a hand signal to charge, telling him that he would only answer his question if he defeated him, and he addressed him as Retsu Kaioh. He even told Retsu to show him his skill as the greatest prodigy in the history of Chinese martial arts. He even called Retsu the so-called Demon Fist, and told him to display the true power of a Kaioh. In the middle of all that, the goblin asked whether the skeleton actually knew Retsu. Then a light shone once more from inside the master's skull, and he attacked the Kaioh with the same technique he had used earlier to wound him. Fortunately, Retsu reacted quickly and blocked the strike, but his master followed it with a roundhouse kick, which he stopped by grabbing his master's thigh. His master even attempted to hit him with a powerful punch, yet he blocked it without difficulty. His master asked him what was wrong, and whether he still believed that fellow students should not fight each other. While asking that, he assaulted Retsu with a barrage of chops, punches, and kicks, all of which Retsu blocked with his quick reflexes. The master added that perhaps Retsu was still like he had been as a child, thinking that he was scary. Retsu's eyes darkened, and he planted his foot firmly on the ground to deliver a powerful counterattack with his right hand. He drove a tremendous jab into his master's stomach, and the blow was so strong that his hand pierced through his master's body, who said that that would have meant instant death for an ordinary person. As he said that, he removed his upper garment, and he declared that the attack had no effect on him. His bones simply returned to their original positions, and that happened while Retsu's hand was still inside him, trapping it there. The master then lifted his leg and struck Retsu in the stomach with a knee without any difficulty. He followed that with another roundhouse kick, explaining that there was a limit to the range of motion of human joints. However, once those limits were removed, he could execute 360-degree kicks without rotating his torso. To accomplish that, he had deliberately dislocated a joint in his spine to rotate the lower half of his body independently. The goblin thought to himself that the skeleton kept spinning like a top, his kicks never stopping. As he thought that, something flew toward him, and it was Retsu, who had been sent flying by his own master. The goblin told Retsu that something was wrong, and asked what was going on with the talkative skeleton. He wondered how the dead could remember its own life, since they should not have any memories. Retsu's master replied that, just as he had said, he was not a corpse revived from death or a cursed puppet. He personally asked the man riding a horse to grant him that body while he still lived. He added that against those like a Kaioh, trapped within their prison of flesh, he shall never be defeated. As he said that, he raised his leg beyond the back of his own head. Retsu wondered what his master intended to do when he saw that. His master explained that by extending his limb at an angle beyond normal human capability, he could unleash the true potential of his axe kick. The kick nearly struck Retsu, but Retsu stepped back just in time, and his master's blow instead hit the ground, causing cracks to form. The master said that of course Retsu understood what it meant for a Kenpo master to remove his shoes. It was like a boxer taking off his gloves to reveal his true weapons. He clarified that he had not only removed his shoes, but also the gloves that covered his entire body. The goblin looked frightened as he watched, while the master declared that he had intentionally removed his flesh. His bones were now bare weapons comparable to diamonds, and he clenched his fist. He told Retsu that he would deliver his next attack to the heir of the title of Kaioh, and he asked Retsu whether he believed he could avoid it. In the goblin's mind, he anxiously said that this was bad and that Retsu needed to run, while Retsu's master slowly prepared to attack. He gradually twisted his arm, making it resemble a twister, and as he did so, he explained to Retsu that twisting and rotating one's joints was not something a human should ever be capable of doing. Even for a Kaioh, attempting to block an attack delivered at such high speed was impossible. His master then launched his fist, which spun like a drill due to the twisting of his joints. It managed to press against Retsu's face, gradually crushing his nose. His fist almost completely flattened against Retsu's face, and his master was about to declare victory as his own. But suddenly Retsu's entire body became as light as a bird's feather, and he performed a backflip away from the punch, escaping safely. Retsu's whole body seemed unbelievably light as he flipped through the air, and when he landed on the ground, he did so gently, astonishing his master. On the goblin's side, he was utterly bewildered and asked what had just happened. He wondered if Retsu had dodged it, but no, he was certain that his master's strike had connected. Retsu's master added that despite that, Retsu had not reacted even slightly, and what he felt upon impact was like striking a feather. He commented that such a thing was impossible. He thought that this must be a technique difficult to believe Retsu could perform, because he had said that only a few who had truly mastered the art of being a Kaioh and ascended to the title of Sea Emperor could hope to learn that high-level technique, Shaori. He added that even a blade was useless against it, as it was the ultimate power of relaxation. After that, he shouted in disbelief that Retsu had mastered it at his age. He expressed his admiration, saying that it was wonderful and that Retsu was truly a genius, and asked if it was his natural talent. But Retsu firmly denied being a genius. He told his master that after leaving their temple, he had also set his sights on the underground arena. His master was shocked and dumbfounded to hear that he had gone to that place. Retsu added that the defeats he suffered against many formidable opponents pushed Chinese martial arts, or himself, to evolve even further. He continued by saying that although he did not forsake his body like his master, as long as humans remain human, they can achieve overwhelming speeds. He took a fighting stance and added that now he would show his master the proof. He declared that he would crush him in an instant, which his master questioned while quickly preparing another axe kick and commenting that it was interesting. He also said that he would seize this chance born from his fighting spirit and defeat him once more as he delivered his axe kick. Retsu focused on his toes, ankles, knees, waist, shoulders, elbows, and wrists, saying that he would accelerate all his joints one after another and simultaneously. He imitated the skill of the wonder of modern karate, Katsumi, and said to lend him his strength, calling him my friend, while his master's axe kick continued to close in. Before he could be struck by his master's attack, he delivered a straight punch to his master's body, and the force of it created a powerful shockwave that shattered his skeletal body into pieces. He called that move the Mach Punch. Because of that, his master's body exploded and shattered into pieces once more, scattering across their battlefield. Retsu's expression turned completely serious after delivering that punch. He said inwardly that this was the first time he had ever used that move. His master commented that he was excellent, and that he had not expected him to be even faster than his axe kick or super speed punch. Even when he still had flesh, he would not have been able to achieve such a feat. He informed him that the Mach Punch he had just used was the technique of a great Japanese rival. His master remarked that it seemed his once arrogant student had found a worthy adversary. He added that as he had promised, he would tell Retsu his story. He informed Retsu that after leaving their temple, he went to Tokyo to further improve his skills. But during his journey, he stumbled upon the Taiwanese underground community and was completely crushed in a match there. As he lay there after being beaten badly by his opponent, he asked himself if that was the end and if he would die there without achieving anything. But he immediately told himself no and refused to accept it. When consciousness returned to him, he found himself in this strange world, and it was shown that when he opened his eyes, he was already in the middle of a pack of goblins who had ambushed a merchant carriage. As it showed how he fought those monsters, he further explained that he was certain Retsu must have felt the same way he once did. He said that surviving alone in this land was a wonderful experience, but at the same time, it meant encountering beings beyond comprehension. He said that at that time, after being left bloodied from fighting a monster he could not defeat, both his body and soul began to change greatly. After that, his master mentioned the 4001st year of Chinese martial arts and told Retsu that he had stood by the fighting style of old without being bound by tradition, learning from every struggle and evolving in the process. He commented that without a doubt, Retsu was a man worthy of the title of Kaioh. Retsu called out to his master, but he continued speaking and said that if he were to be sent to hell by Retsu's hands, he would accept it. But before he could finish his words, a horse's hoof suddenly stomped on his skull, shocking Retsu. Shock was clearly visible on Retsu's face when that happened, and when he turned to see who was responsible, he saw what appeared to be a dark knight mounted on a horse. The individual told Retsu that he had thought his master possessed more backbone, but he was deeply disappointed. He then asked whether Retsu was that martial artist's son or perhaps his pupil, and pointed out that unlike that loser, he would gladly take him as one of his subordinates. He aimed his lance at Retsu and told him to decide now, as he would not be given time to think it over. Retsu stood up and stepped on the Dark Knight's lance, then leaped high and grabbed onto his shoulder. He landed on his shoulder and seized his head. He quickly twisted it, but to his shock, the helmet came off and there was no neck beneath it. Confused, he landed and immediately stared at the body of this Dark Knight. Suddenly, the face guard of the helmet he was holding opened, startling him once more, and he saw a face that commented it respected him for targeting his head without hesitation. The head then shouted that this would be his reward, and a black substance poured out from his mouth, splashing across Retsu's entire face. Retsu shut his eyes because of it, and immediately after, the horse kicked him, but fortunately he managed to block it with his arms. Even so, he was still blasted backward and landed among the skeleton warriors behind him. The Dark Knight's body caught its own head afterward, while the goblin, trembling in fear, recognized the individual as the Herald of Death, the Demon Prophet, the Headless Horseman, the Dullahan. The Dullahan then laughed loudly, and suddenly his horse's appearance changed, its head transforming into something resembling a ghost rider. The Dullahan declared that those who had received his baptism of blood would soon meet certain death. Retsu was shocked to hear that, and the Dullahan added that after death, their flesh would fall away and they would become one of the minions Retsu saw behind him, the skeleton warriors. But he said that if Retsu swore allegiance to him, he would allow him to live. He then showed Retsu a pocket watch and said that time is life. He wondered how much time Retsu had left and said that his only choices were to die and become a corpse or live and become his servant. However, Retsu did not falter and shouted at the Dullahan that he would kill him, calling him a bastard. After that, the Dullahan began charging toward Retsu with a smile on his face, causing the goblin beside him to shout that this was bad. Retsu, however, did not show any fear and suddenly let out a powerful roar, which instantly halted the charging horse of that night. The horse neighed and seemed frightened, surprising the Dullahan and piquing his interest. He was shocked that Retsu had unleashed such a tremendous roar that it caused his beloved horse, a veteran of 1,000 battlefields, to falter under the pressure. There was also a boiling rage rising within Retsu that stood in defiance of his own instinct for self-preservation. Because of that, the Dullahan began to wonder whether that skeleton, that pile of broken bones, belonged to someone important to Retsu. He then stabbed his lance into the ground and said that he had treated that man rather poorly, offering an apology to Retsu, which surprised him and completely bewildered the goblin as well. The Dullahan brought out his pocket watch again and stated that he greatly admired the respect Retsu held for his elders. Retsu prepared himself afterward as the Dullahan commented that time was running out. The Dullahan then swore upon his honor as a knight and said that Retsu was free to do whatever he wished with those words. But unfortunately, that was the best he could offer. Retsu's eyes narrowed sharply, and with irritation evident on his face, he told him that all he had done was mock him from the safety of his horse. Suddenly, Retsu moved swiftly and attempted to deliver a flying kick to the Dullahan's face, declaring that they would see how much that arrogant mouth of his was worth once he crushed his head. He declared that he would bring him down in a single blow as he nearly reached the Dullahan's face. However, while the knight's spear was still embedded in the ground, the Dullahan grabbed his pocket watch again and turned its hands backward, and in an instant, he was already holding his spear and ready to pierce Retsu's head. But with his skill, Retsu still managed to evade that sudden attack using his shawari, causing the strike to miss and hit the ground just as the Dullahan had done earlier before he spoke. After landing on the ground, Retsu began to think about what had happened and noticed that the Dullahan had retrieved his spear in the blink of an eye. The Dullahan grew intrigued and asked whether he had not just declared that he would take him down in a single blow. He pointed out that with Retsu's skill, he was surprised he had managed to defeat his master, calling him a loser. Retsu readied himself again after that insult, but the Dullahan quickly warned him to watch his step. He pointed out that he was trampling over the bones of his dear old master and asked whether that was acceptable to him, sending shivers down Retsu's body as horror and shock filled him upon realizing it, prompting the Dullahan to laugh at his reaction. The Dullahan then said it was time to end this little show and explained that now that his skeleton junkies had dug up all the magical ore in that place, he believed the townsfolk had already played their role as his skeletons for the night. He added in a mocking tone that there was still hope for Retsu. If he could reach his castle alive, he promised he would make proper use of him. That was, if his baptism of blood lasted until then. The Dullahan then departed along with the carriage filled with magical ore, laughing at Retsu, who was clearly affected by what had happened. Once the headless horseman had gone far enough, the goblin immediately approached Retsu and anxiously called out to him. The skeleton warriors around them began collapsing on their own, their bones separating and falling apart, drawing their attention. The goblin pointed out that the Dullahan's curse on them had been lifted, which was why the skeletons were starting to turn to ash. The same happened to the broken pieces of Retsu's master's skeleton, which irritated him. He raised his fist and struck the ground forcefully so that he himself could deliver the final blow to his master, creating a powerful impact that cracked a large portion of the ground beneath him, greatly shocking the goblin. After some time, the royal sun appeared, and the goblin pointed it out while shielding his eyes from the glare. Retsu built a grave for his master and offered a prayer, while the goblin said they had finished making graves for all the townsfolk and asked whether it was time for them to leave, which Retsu agreed to. After finishing his prayer, Retsu stood up and declared that he would repay that humiliation without hesitation. His muscles and veins began to bulge from rage as he pointed at the goblin, saying that he had called that being Spectre Dullahan, making the goblin tremble. With a furious glare, he asked the goblin where the Dullahan's fortress was located. Suddenly, an individual appeared behind them and remarked that he had heard the two of them mention the Dullahan earlier. The man added that he would like to hear the full story in detail, and it was revealed that the voice belonged to a giant vagabond-looking man carrying a massive greatsword. That man declared that the Dullahan was his prey. After that, the man told them it would be better to forget about the Dullahan altogether. Judging from Retsu's appearance and the fact that he was accompanied by a goblin, the man assumed he was some kind of monster tamer. However, he insisted that it would be suicide to fight the Dullahan alongside a goblin, adding that this should not even be a question. First of all, he explained, goblins were a cowardly and treacherous race, and worse still, they possessed an incredibly foul body odor. At best, he said, Retsu could use him as bait to catch slimes, which visibly irritated the goblin after hearing all of that. The goblin became furious and said he had heard those words before. He pointed out that the man was mocking the pride of the goblin race, then shouted at him, calling him an asshole as he lunged forward. However, before the goblin could even get close, the swordsman swiftly delivered a wide slash that struck his body, shocking him. The goblin fell onto the ground on his backside, and his bandage flew into the air. It turned out that the man had not actually cut off his head, but only sliced through his bandage. The man then commented that for a monster tamer, his taming skills were unremarkable. Retsu's attention was drawn to the man's massive sword, and inwardly he observed that the man was wielding a blade far heavier than his own height. He added to himself that the man handled that enormous sword with the same lightness and precision as a butterfly sword. Even though the swordsman stood over 6 shaku tall, around 6 feet in height, the weapon he carried was likely not a conventional sword. Retsu smirked at that thought and asked whether the man was referring to the goblin beside him when he mentioned taming skills. If so, he clarified that the goblin was merely following him of his own accord and that he had nothing to do with it. He then began walking away while apologizing, and the goblin told him not to mind the insult. Retsu also told the man he was sorry but had no time for him, at which point the man stared at him and suddenly threw some kind of liquid onto his head, asking if that was so. Retsu's eyes widened in shock at the insult, and he immediately threw a backhand punch at him while calling him a bastard. However, he stopped mid-strike when the man pointed out whether it was true that he had been baptized by the Dullahan's baptism of blood. The man had noticed it from the stain on his clothes and his scent, saying he remembered it. He explained that, like Retsu, he too had once been a victim of that baptism. However, the bottle he was holding contained holy water capable of lifting the curse of death. The remaining black substance on Retsu's body began to disappear as the liquid continued to drip over him, which caught his attention. The swordsman added that it was his last bottle, but Retsu could consider it alone, prompting Retsu to ask how he was supposed to repay it. As the swordsman removed the covering from his face, he explained that the Dullahan baptizes those he deems worthy and offers to take them as his minions. The fact that Retsu was still here proved that he possessed the mental strength to refuse that offer. He further said that the way Retsu carried himself did not resemble that of a monster tamer and added that there was no doubt he was likely a renowned martial artist. Therefore, the man said as he dropped the bottle and revealed his face, even he wished to accompany Retsu in the pursuit of the Dullahan. Retsu stared at him, his expression turning weary. He let out a sigh and commented that it seemed he had no choice. The man could do as he pleased, as he did not care. After traveling for some time, they arrived at a village within a mountain range. As they surveyed their surroundings, the goblin remarked that Murin, the name of the town, was no longer like it used to be now that its people were gone. He then called out to the warrior accompanying them and asked why he had brought them there. The man informed them that his wagon was located there. He also told Retsu that they would have the goblin guide them to the Dullahan's lair, causing the goblin to fall silent. The goblin began to grow nervous and asked if they were truly going to that place. Now that they had cured their boss from the baptism, he suggested they could instead visit other pleasant locations. Retsu smirked and asked whether that was not a terrible place to go, then told the goblin not to worry because they would not be traveling together. He said the goblin did not need to object, and he would not make him repeat himself twice. The goblin began trembling at the weight of the decision, while Retsu added that he should simply tell them where the Dullahan's lair was, and he would go alone, to which the swordsman added that the two of them would be the ones going. Before long, the goblin shouted that the 3 of them would go, indicating that he would accompany them after all, but warned them to be prepared for what was coming. He explained that the place was one where all life, human or otherwise, once entering it, could never leave, and that it was complete darkness. He then informed them that the name of that place was the Castle of the Abyss, and we were shown a brief glimpse of what it looked like. After that, we were shown the map of the Kingdom of Berkirka, where all the locations and monsters scattered across this vast land could be seen. The vagabond explained that they were currently in the southwest of the royal city of Kushil, within the mining town of Muron. He also informed them that the castle of the Dullahan lay further south and was likely situated at the base of the Hulana mountain range. It was then shown that they had begun their journey using the swordsman's wagon, and the goblin remarked that if the rumors were true, no one had ever returned from that place, while Retsu simply sat silently inside the carriage. The vagabond said it would take them a week to reach it on foot, but with a wagon like theirs, they should arrive by the night after tomorrow. After saying that, he struck the horses' hindquarters and urged them forward, and the 2 horses began to run. They crossed a bridge made of wood and rope, and Retsu glanced back at the place they had departed from. He saw his master's soul smiling at him while leaning against a stump, and they continued leaving that town behind. The day passed and night fell, and they decided to camp beside a lake. They built a campfire and rested. The goblin rummaged through the box they were carrying and cheerfully asked whether there was any alcohol inside. After retrieving one, he immediately tossed a bottle of liquor to Retsu, who easily caught it. The swordsman explained that they had plenty of provisions, so they were free to take whatever they wished. Retsu then opened the bottle he was holding and drank from it. After tasting it, he noticed it was distilled liquor and said it reminded him of the white wine from his homeland, prompting the swordsman to stare at him and ask whether it was true that he was not a man from Berkirka. He pointed out that the color of Retsu's hair and skin seemed familiar, then asked whether he might be a drifter, one of those wanderers from another world rumored to bring disaster upon this land. As he said that, the goblin simply enjoyed his meal, while Retsu turned serious and looked at him. Retsu asked the swordsman that if he truly were a struggler, what would he do about it? The intense aura between the two was interrupted when the goblin happily commented that they were drinking some rare brew liquor and pointed out to the swordsman that he was not from Berkirka either. He remembered seeing the sigil on the bottle of the cure the swordsman had used for the cure, which caused the swordsman to stare into the fire, while Retsu looked at him with curiosity. As he adjusted the firewood in the campfire, the swordsman replied that the goblin was correct and introduced himself as Robert Howard. He said he was a soldier from the Kingdom of Brolforia, and the sigil seen on the bottle was the seal of the Kingdom of Brolforia, prompting the goblin to remark that he had thought so, while also pointing out that Brolforia was Berkirka's neighboring enemy. Robert confirmed that was true and explained that crossing the border was nearly impossible, but even so, the reason he had secretly entered this country was to rescue the royal princess who had been kidnapped by the Dolan. The campfire sizzled as Retsu took another drink, while the goblin commented with intrigue that Robert had truly entered an enemy nation in search of a princess. The goblin then added that it must have been quite troublesome, but he did not want to be dragged into human affairs, which caught Robert's attention. He further said that if he was right and Retsu felt the same way, that caught his attention as well. The goblin grew confused and asked whether something was wrong, as a substance was shown moving at the base of the trees. Robert immediately took his greatsword, shocking the goblin. Robert prepared for battle, and Retsu stood up as well, prompting the goblin to ask what was happening. It was then revealed that a gigantic slime was already lunging at the goblin to devour him, causing him to scream in fear. The slime completely swallowed the goblin and their wagon, instantly crushing it, while the goblin was forced face down beneath the slime. Because of this, Robert and Retsu focused on the creature and commented that it had sneaked up behind the goblin. When Robert sensed the aura of darkness being emitted by the monster, he was certain it was a slime. Robert quickly told Retsu to be careful as they watched the goblin seemingly drown, and he further explained that if the creature swallowed him whole, he would certainly be dead. The goblin called Robert an asshole and said that he was even laughing at him. Now that Retsu already knew where the Dullahan was, he was useless and was nothing more than food for the slime. He even asked whether Retsu was planning to leave him behind and run away. However, Retsu did the opposite and prepared to attack the slime. He struck it with tremendous force using his right hand, and that blow sent ripples across the slime's entire body. The goblin was delighted and said that of course Retsu would save him. However, the slime also tried to swallow Retsu, forcing him to leap backward. He pulled his hand away from the slime, and Robert commented that it had been a nice try. He explained that his sword and Retsu's fists would produce the same result because physical attacks did not work on slimes. If they did not retreat, the slime's tentacles would capture them and slowly digest them down to their bones. Robert added that they should not waste their strength and should escape while the slime was busy trying to eat the goblin. Retsu refused to retreat in front of an enemy, something he would never do. Besides that, he said he knew that monster well. He recounted that in 3rd century China, during the period of the Three Kingdoms, according to the records of strange beasts from Funan, an ancient kingdom in Asia, the name of the creature before them was Day. It was written with the character for the word mud. Its boneless body naturally sways in water, but once it went on to land and lost moisture, it became immobile like mud. Returning to the present, Retsu said that in that case, he would use alcohol and fire. He kicked a bottle of alcohol upward and said that approach was the best option. He kicked the bottle high into the air so that it flew above the slime and cracked. Then he took a deep breath and blew a powerful blast of air at the bottle. It struck the bottle directly, shattering it completely and spreading the alcohol over the slime. Not satisfied with that, Retsu grabbed 8 more bottles of alcohol. He even said that the kanji for drunkenness originated from the name of that monster. After that, he threw the 4 bottles he held in his right hand. He kicked them to break them, sending shards of glass and alcohol flying onto the slime. He told the fiend that it would taste the burning liquor. After saying that, he picked up a stick and set it on fire, along with another bottle of alcohol. He drank the alcohol, and once he had finished it, he held the flame in front of him and sprayed the alcohol toward the slime. He became like a human flamethrower, and the slime ignited from the alcohol he had poured over it. The slime gradually melted, astonishing Robert. Before long, the slime evaporated, leaving only small bits behind. The goblin was freed as well, and could hardly believe that Retsu had saved him. Retsu then asked whether that had been the full volume of the slime's body once the evaporated water was gone. Meanwhile, the goblin noticed that his head was on fire, so he ran to the lake to extinguish the flames. At the same time, Robert wondered how Retsu had managed to bathe the slime in alcohol and even set the goblin ablaze. He asked whether Retsu would be the one to bring calamity to that world, calling him a struggler. He said Retsu was dangerous, but turning his back on an enemy was a fatal mistake. The goblin was shocked that Robert had called Retsu an enemy, and Retsu himself was surprised. Robert said that Retsu had asked what he would do if he were truly a struggler, and that this was his answer, an attack he began to prepare, where his sword began to emit what looked like electricity. Retsu noticed that Robert's entire aura had changed, while the goblin realized in shock that Robert could use magical attacks. He even said that beyond that, he could feel an overwhelming power. At that moment, Robert used his Kalidbalg attack, his ultimate lightning sword. With it, he cleanly slashed Retsu, who was unable to defend himself. The goblin was shocked at what Robert had done to Retsu, while Retsu simply stood there as if he had suffered nothing from the ultimate lightning slash of Robert's Kalidbalg sword. The goblin was confused when he saw that, and so was Retsu. Robert asked him why he had not dodged, since he could have been able to do so easily. Retsu replied that he had sensed that Robert's attack had not been aimed directly at him, and Robert remarked that he had noticed that. It turned out that Robert had actually targeted the small slime near Retsu's foot, and had completely killed it with the lightning from his sword. The small slime evaporated entirely, while the goblin wondered what had just happened. Robert explained that the slime had intended to attach itself to the back of Retsu's foot, and that the creature's composition was liquid and sticky. Even if it were sliced into pieces or dried out, until its core was destroyed, it would absorb any liquid and regenerate. Retsu then recalled that Robert had earlier said it was dangerous to turn one's back on an enemy, and he thanked him for saving him. The goblin was puzzled upon hearing that, as Retsu gave Robert a kung fu salute and told him that he had not yet given his name, which was Retsu Kaioh, while calling him Robart. Robert smiled and said that he had not intended to travel with company, but that he was glad to help Retsu. The goblin then stepped forward and called that nonsense, calling Robert a bastard. He asked if he was correct in assuming that Robert wanted to use him as bait. Robert merely looked at him and asked if the goblin was talking to him. He even mocked the goblin, pretending as him, and said that he, a goblin, had eaten all the food, and that his noise had attracted a slime that destroyed the carriage. He added that he was very grateful to Retsu for saving him and asked if that was what the goblin was trying to say, leaving the goblin with no choice but to answer yes. After that, Robert addressed Retsu as Your Excellency, while the goblin again called Robert a bastard once again. Robert asked Retsu if he knew how to ride a horse, and Retsu answered that he believed he did. The two then mounted their horses and traveled toward the Dullahan's castle. Along the way, the goblin said that Robert refused to cast spells in battle and that they could not trust him. Robert replied that he could not use magic, but that the royal family of Brolforia had been mages for countless generations. All royal equipment possessed magic stones endowed with the magical power of the princess. His massive sword was merely one of those magical weapons. He further explained that the Hades horseman, the Dullahan, had kidnapped the princess because of her magical power. Using magic stones mined from Muron, the Dullahan had absorbed the princess's powers. If the princess were to use all her power, it would be enough to destroy the entire country. The goblin didn't know what to say, while Retsu thought for a moment, then asked if Robert's goal was to save the world, but Robert firmly answered that it was not. His goal was to save the princess, and that was his duty as a royal guard. He then asked if Retsu's goal was to avenge his master. Retsu asked if Robert believed his goal was simple and frivolous, and he said that on his back he carries 4,000 years of history. They could not easily allow those who looked down on Chinese martial arts to go unchallenged. Robert was curious about the 4,000 years of history Retsu mentioned, but he was interrupted by something he saw ahead of them. He said the area was becoming foggy and stopped his horse. Since they had no carriage, the horses were their main means of transportation, so they could not abandon them carelessly. They also had no food or other things, so they needed to find a trading place before reaching the Dullahan's lair. At that moment, something resembling a hut appeared before them, accompanied by a strong rumbling sound. Robert asked Retsu if he could hear it. When Robert realized where the sound was coming from, he was startled because it was an enormous beast. It was a massive tortoise with a house on its back from which various weapons hung. Another creature then emerged from behind the tortoise and remarked that it was quite unexpected to see someone there. It was a fishman with the face of a catfish that greeted Robert and Retsu. The fishman said that he possessed the best weapons from ancient times, such as legendary treasures and rare magical things. Technically, he said he was in the business of transmitting information, but the inventory in his shop was even more impressive than that of the capital. As he said this, the goblin, Robert, and Retsu began looking around. The goblin asked why the fishman was bathing at that moment, saying it was not respectful to them, his customers. The fishman laughed as he apologized and explained that he had a daily breathing concentration routine. The goblin then remembered that fishmen could not remain on land the entire day, thus the bath. Retsu was curious about the fishman standing before them and thought that the large wound on his chest looked as though it had been inflicted in a mortal battle. At that moment, the goblin noticed a small knife with a peculiar shape and remarked that it looked extremely sharp. The fishman said that that short blade was coated with the poison of the world snake. Anyone who touched its sharp tip would bleed from every hole and die. The goblin was shocked to hear that, and the fishman added that all his weapons were intended for masters, which was why they were expensive. He then asked Robert if he had any money. Robert looked at the fishman briefly, before saying that he had no money, but he took out his necklace with a shining stone inside, and said he could offer it for trade. The fishman was astonished when he saw it, and called it incredible, a shiny faceted stone. The goblin was equally stunned, and kept glancing between Robert and the stone, asking if isn't it one of the rarest stones, and how Robert had obtained it. The knight answered that the king had given it to him as travel funds. When the fishman heard Robert mention the king, he said it was awkward that the chief warrior of the king had arrived, and he was bathing, so he immediately stood up. Retsu was momentarily stunned, as the fishman added that as an apology, they could take anything they wanted. It then became clear why Retsu had reacted, because only the fishman's upper body still had flesh, while his lower body was skeletal. The goblin asked what had happened to the fishman's lower half, and the fishman apologized for showing himself like that. He explained that he had been baptized in the blood of a Dullahan, as he had once been a famous adventurer, known as the only man to escape from the abyss. He said he had been fortunate to survive, but the price had been an arm and a leg. Holy water had not been enough to neutralize the Dullahan's blood, so he had used magic to move some of his body parts. Retsu realized that the fishman knew Dullahan, and the fishman added that after he escaped, he became a trader. As a former traveler, he would give them tips about the best equipment. He then asked where they were headed, and Retsu replied that they were going to the abyss to face the Headless Horseman. The fishman was about to recommend proper equipment for the abyss, but when he fully grasped where the three were going, he was startled. After that, he gave them everything they needed, and even tried to persuade them, for their own good, to accept healing potions because they would be helpful. He told them that they did not know what they were about to face. At that moment, Retsu came down from the fishman's shop wearing new clothes. Everyone looked at him, and the fishman remarked that those clothes would not protect him. but Retsu replied that he was fine with that. Robert thanked the fisherman for his concern, but too much equipment would only slow them down. The fisherman did not insist further and simply sighed, saying that he too had once embarked on reckless adventures and therefore had no right to stop them. He then told Robert to return. Robert answered that he would, after they defeated the Dullahan. The three resumed their journey, and as they traveled, Robert said that they did not know what would happen, so the fisherman merchant had been a great help. It was not long before they reached their destination, and Robert said that if the merchant was correct, that was the entrance to the abyss. He asked if anyone was inside, and when no one responded, Retsu said it seemed empty. There were no people there, but inside the entrance they could see gargoyles perched near the ceiling, standing guard. The three of them began entering the extremely dark and terrifying place, and Robert asked if there was anything ahead because he could not see anything. Retsu then felt vibrations beneath his feet and heard the echo of the tremors from within. The goblin was startled when the door behind them suddenly shut, and he said it was a trap. According to Retsu, there was no longer any way out, so they would see through what they had started. The goblin lowered the bag he was carrying and said it was so dark that he was afraid to move. He even asked if they had bought torches. Retsu replied that torches were not yet needed because the eyes of the gargoyle statues were glowing. That shocked the goblin and Robert, who immediately readied his sword to attack. He warned Retsu that those were not ordinary statues and told him to be careful, as those statues were likely the guardians of the dungeon. As Robert said that, magic activated the gargoyles, and they began to move. Their wings spread open, and all of them roared loudly at the three of them. In his mind, Retsu thought that he had traveled across Europe before and had already seen that kind of statue. The scene then focused on one gargoyle that leapt from its position to attack Retsu while screaming loudly. Retsu was momentarily surprised at being attacked, but he reacted swiftly and kicked the gargoyle in the face before it could strike. He remarked that it's incredibly sturdy, as it seemed to be made of stone and was even capable of flight. The other gargoyles screamed as well, and the goblins said they were united and attacking in waves. Retsu commented that even though the gargoyles' abilities surpassed imagination, they were truly interesting opponents, and as he said that, more gargoyles launched their attacks. They attempted to claw at the goblin and Robert, who used his sword as a shield while saying they were outnumbered and that the place was too dark. Meanwhile, Retsu punched a gargoyle and noticed that it retreated after his strike. He observed that the gargoyles attacked, pulled back, and then attacked again in waves. He said he had not intended to use them so soon, but now was the time. He opened the vest he was wearing, revealing the many knives hidden inside. The goblin and Robert were shocked to see that, as Retsu took out two of them. He prepared himself to throw them, and Robert wondered that he used such weapons in this world. However, the gargoyles were extremely fast, and the place was dark, making it nearly impossible to hit them. Despite this situation, Retsu began throwing his knives one by one. First the one on the right, then the one on the left, both flying at incredible speed toward the gargoyles. One knife struck the jaw of a gargoyle, while the other pierced the eye of another. Robert was astonished to witness that, because even though the gargoyles were fast and the area was dark, Retsu had managed to bring two of them down using only knives. Retsu then said that now they would fight on equal terms. We then learned that the flickering light in the gargoyles' eyes helped determine their trajectory. In the midst of the gargoyles charging forward, Retsu continued throwing his knives with perfect accuracy. He did not miss even though the place was dark, and despite that, the gargoyles kept advancing. They were met with a rain of knives from Retsu, where one gargoyle was struck in the eye, another directly in the center of the forehead, and another in the neck. One by one, the gargoyles fell because of Retsu's knife throws, and it did not take long before they were completely wiped out. Retsu arrogantly remarked that the gargoyles were even easier to hit than targets at a shooting range. Robert was impressed because, inside such a dark chamber, Retsu had managed to strike the gargoyles, and he called his skills amazing. However, the battle was not yet over, because one by one the gargoyles stood back up, ready to fight again. Retsu smiled and thought to himself that was not bad, that the gargoyles could still fight. Even though their eyes were gouged out and their wings were torn, they still wanted to continue fighting. If that was the case, he pulled something out from behind him and spun it rapidly in a circular motion, before striking a pose to show he was ready as well. They were called tanfas, a pair of crutches. They were not like a spinning stick that had been shortened and lightened, but rather weapons similar to the original Chinese-style stick. He said it was a miracle that he had found them at the fishman merchant's shop, so the gargoyles could just come at him. This was the long-awaited special weapon of Chinese martial arts, so he would now demonstrate it. Robert then called out to Retsu, who turned toward him, and he told him that the gargoyles were moving through the aid of magic. As he thrust his sword into the ground, Robert said that while the gargoyles were on the floor, he would use lightning strike magic, which he activated from his magical sword. All the gargoyles were electrocuted, and their bodies began to crack. The goblin was shocked when the gargoyles stopped moving, and their bodies collapsed and were completely defeated and shattered. Retsu was surprised to see that, while Robert said that was only the beginning and that they needed to conserve their strength and the durability of their weapons. Retsu glanced at his tanfas and let out a disappointed sigh that he had not been able to use them. Robert was then puzzled when the torches inside the dungeon suddenly lit up. He said he could see the door, and Retsu pushed it open. They began entering inside, and they were stunned by what they saw. There was a massive, endless hole before them, and at the bottom of it stood the castle of the abyss. The goblin said it was frightening yet astonishing, and from that darkness that surrounded all creatures, demons and monsters rose up, all guarded by evil spirits. Those who were faint of heart could die from a single glance, and it was the embodiment of hell. The goblin even called the Dullahan a bastard and asked what he had been thinking when he built his castle there. Robert replied that in fact it was the Dullahan's prison, while Retsu shouted that the Headless Horseman was cornered. The goblin and Robert were shocked, as Retsu declared that the rat, which was the Dullahan, had nowhere to run from his burrow. Then he noticed a cave that looked like an entrance, and he smiled, before saying that the Headless Horseman should prepare for a rebuke. In the next scene, it shifted to where the princess was, her feet bound in chains. Her hands were chained as well, and at that moment the Dullahan was already draining her powers. He called it boring, because even though the magic crystals were absorbing and limiting the princess's power, it still had not run out. It even seemed that he had already taken the power of all her country. The princess asked the Headless Horseman if he truly intended to destroy the world. She added that the Dullahan's boredom would not last long, because Robert Howard was on his way, whom she called Robart just like Retsu did. The Dullahan laughed and said it sounded like a fine tale of a hero and a kidnapped princess. He even jokingly asked if he had been assigned the role of the villain in that story and brought his head closer to the princess. However, he said that her magic was exhausted and that the fire of her life was fading. He added that the princess's hero had already become one of his skeletons, so it seemed that story would have a tragic ending. In her thoughts, the princess insisted that could not happen and called out to Robart, whose sword was glowing at that very moment. The goblin asked why Robert's sword was glowing, and Robert was shocked to see the light. He said that meant that something had happened to the princess, and right after that was said, a hand made of brick struck him. Robert was hurled violently and far away, causing him to drop his sword. Retsu looked toward him, while the goblin mentioned the wall. He said the hand had come from there, and a trapdoor had opened, revealing light from inside. The goblin wondered if it could be that a monster was just pretending to be a wall. It was an inorganic humanoid giant, called a golem. Robert thought to himself that he had been careless, and that the magic of his sword could have destroyed the golem, but he had dropped it. Retsu was wowed by the golem and called it a stone giant, amazed that such a being truly existed. The golem stared back at him and attempted to strike him with its hand, while the goblin commented on its massive size. It attacked Retsu with a crushing punch, and the goblin shouted about it. The golem's punch landed directly where Retsu had been standing, shocking both the goblin and Robert. However, Retsu was still alive, and the only result of the attack was the loss of the golem's right hand. The goblin was stunned, and in the next second he jumped as the severed hand flew toward him. Robert was equally surprised, while Retsu remarked that it was a good opponent, like the gargoyles, but larger. The golem attacked again, this time with its left hand, and Robert called out to Retsu, telling him to dodge because the golem was attacking again. Retsu did not listen and simply stood there, saying he could handle it. He unleashed a series of punches and kung fu techniques against the golem's hand, adding kicks as well, gradually chipping away at its body. Retsu said he would use only his arms and legs to treat the giant, like butter or fruit, and slice it into pieces. He continued carving the golem's body, removing even the smallest imperfections, to shape it into a sphere, just like he had done as his test to become a Kaioh. He was surprised at himself for accomplishing it, as he had not practiced it in a long time, yet was able to adapt quickly. The goblin said what Retsu had done was awesome, as he had turned the golem into a ball using only his hands. At that moment, however, a hole formed in the golem's body, shocking both Retsu and the goblin. The goblin remarked that it was not actually a sphere, because Retsu had grounded the golem into dust, which irritated Retsu. He had intended to maintain it as a sphere, but had accidentally destroyed it, and he said the stone had simply been too weak. In the next scene, they entered a cave, and when they came out, the goblin said what they were seeing was strange because they had entered an underground labyrinth. So how did they ended up in the middle of a huge desert? Robert said there was only one path leading to the castle, so they had to keep moving forward, and the castle of the abyss should be at the end of the desert. They began walking across the desert, and Retsu seemed to have noticed something. He remembered a certain place similar to it, so he knelt down and touched the desert sand, which Robert observed. Robert asked what happened, and Retsu saw that something else was mixed in the sand. He told his companions that there were bones mixed into it, and if they looked closely, the weapons in the soil were painted red. The goblin said that meant it was the burial ground of the Dullahan's victims, but Retsu said it was not. He explained that the bones were too brittle, and it looked as though they had been burned by heat reaching 1,000 degrees. Robert added that apparently it was the volcanic area marked on the map, but there had been no eruption there for 500 years. He was about to explain what that meant when the surroundings suddenly rumbled. They saw that it was coming from afar, and the goblin asked what it was. It looked like a snake crawling through the sand, and the goblin said it was approaching. He screamed in fear, while Retsu and Robert prepared to attack. Retsu threw a single jab at the creature that charged at them, but it suddenly vanished before his eyes, greatly surprising him. All that remained in front of him was a small crater, and the three of them wondered if it had fled. However, something suddenly emerged behind them, and the goblin asked if it was an axolotl. He said it was such a cutie, and that it was enormous. Meanwhile, Robert explained that salamanders could grow to gigantic proportions, but he had not known they could become that large, and that meant the axolotl before them was the master of the desert. All the corpses scattered around were its victims. At that moment, the axolotl's tail began to ignite, and the flames climbed up the spikes on its back. It fixed its gaze on the three of them and prepared to attack. Robert shouted that the axolotl was attacking them, and in the next instant it unleashed a blast of fire breath. In response, Robert thrust his sword into the desert to create a force field to protect the three of them. After enduring the intense attack, Robert said he had already used magic twice and would soon run out, so they needed to retreat. The goblin declared that they would not retreat, which shocked Robert. Then the goblin charged forward and leapt incredibly high, as if he were to strike the axolotl with the large bag he was carrying. Robert was puzzled by what the goblin was doing, as the goblin swung the bag at the axolotl while shouting. What he shouted was the battle cry of the goblins, and Retsu seemed momentarily stunned as he watched it. Shock was visible on Retsu's face when the goblin suddenly leaped toward the axolotl, while Robert inwardly commented that what he was doing was extremely desperate and reckless. In his mind, the goblin said that a salamander was common goblin prey, then without hesitation slammed the bag he was carrying into its face. He landed on the sand afterward, and the bag filled with their belongings fell as well. He pointed out to Retsu that the creature had poor eyesight and relied mainly on its tongue. As the axolotl turned its head left and right because it could not see him, the goblin said that all he needed to do was cut off its tongue. He also said that salamander was a favorite food among goblins and was mostly considered festive food. However, he added that he had never seen one this large before. He looked around his surroundings, and when he spotted a dagger beside him, he immediately grabbed it. While licking the dagger like a madman, he decided not to overthink it and charged forward again, shouting that he was attacking. He bit the lower lip of the salamander and stabbed it, forcing the creature to open its mouth. Robert was shocked at what he was doing and wondered whether the goblin had gone mad. He questioned how he could attack such a gigantic salamander in close combat. while the goblin held on tightly to avoid being thrown off by the thrashing axolotl. However, because of the violent shaking of its head, the goblin lost his grip and was flung away, crashing onto the ground and landing beside Retsu. As Retsu observed the monster, he commented that this salamander seemed capable only of breathing fire and nothing more. The salamander's entire body ignited once again from tail to head, and flames gathered once more inside its mouth. The goblin grew alarmed and remarked that the creature appeared to have recharged, while Robert immediately shouted at Retsu to run. The salamander unleashed another extraordinary fire breath, but instead of fleeing, Retsu gritted his teeth and took a stance similar to that of Dappo Orochi. Before the flames could reach him, he began using the Miba stance, placing his open palms in front of him, bending his arms and drawing them close to his body. He then swiftly rotated his hands, and through that motion, he seemed to deflect the continuous fire breath of the gigantic salamander, saving both himself and the goblin from danger. This caught Robert's attention, and as he watched Retsu perform such an impressive defense against that kind of attack, he noticed that through circular movements, Retsu was dispersing the flames. At that moment, he realized that even flames could apparently be sliced apart. When the power of the salamander's fire breath subsided, Retsu moved through the flames, and while the monster's mouth was just beginning to close, he prepared his right hand and thrust it into the side of its head. In his mind, he added that the vital points of amphibians were extremely vulnerable. He easily buried his entire right arm into the side of the salamander's head and immediately pulled it back out. The salamander's eyes rolled back, and the flames it had been preparing from its tail disappeared. After that, a torrent of blood gushed from the hole Retsu had created. The goblin was utterly amazed upon witnessing his techniques, while the salamander soon collapsed to the ground and lost its life. Due to the monster's enormous size and weight, its fall created a powerful gust of wind, forcing Robert to shield his face with his sword to avoid being blasted by sand. Afterward, Retsu told Robert that, by the way, did he know that despite its appearance, salamander was actually delicious to eat, which left Robert wearing a completely baffled expression. After that, the goblin opened the backpack he was carrying, and out of panic, he began to tremble. Their holy water, healing potions, mirror of magical reflection, magical amulets, and everything inside had been destroyed. Robert immediately grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up, angrily saying that the king's gift had been wasted and that everything had been in vain. Robert blamed the goblin for all of it and called him a dumb goblin who thought of nothing but food. Because of that, even as he was drooling from being strangled, the goblin called Robert a bastard and pointed out that he had insulted the goblin race once again. He said Robert must have a death wish, then revealed a short blade coated with the poison of the world snake and aimed it at his wrist. Annoyed, Robert asked whether the goblin intended to use that weapon against him, a weapon bought with the king's money, as he grabbed the goblin's hand to stop him. He tightened his grip around his throat as he resolved that this would be the end. He called him a cowardly, stupid, and despicable goblin, pointing out that he would snap his neck and finally remove one of his problems. Suddenly, Retsu forcefully struck the ladle he was holding against the pot he was cooking with, drawing both of their attention and startling them. An eerie aura seemed to emanate from him, causing Robert to immediately release the goblin and ask what that was, addressing him as Your Excellency Retsu. But to their surprise, when Retsu turned around, he was holding out a bowl of food and said it was ready. Robert asked what it was, and Retsu explained that it was a Chinese-inspired dish made from whatever they had in their mobile store, and it was called porridge on an open fire. He also said that although the goblin had destroyed their luggage, he was probably the first goblin to make it this far, and for that reason, he deserved it. When the goblin accepted the porridge, he could hardly believe that Retsu had cooked for him. Robert then commented that for some reason, he had expected that, and added that as usual, the goblin was only interested in food, before turning away and walking off. He thanked Retsu for his concern, but said he would head out immediately. He explained that the magic within his sword was directly linked to the princess, and its glow was a bad sign. That was why he could not afford to waste time. Retsu told him that the porridge was easy to digest and would quickly replenish his energy, which made Robert pause. He added that he had included salamander meat in it, making it rich in protein. He also pointed out that Robert needed to recover his ribs, so he should stay and rest for now, which caught Robert's attention. Robert asked how Retsu had noticed that, and Retsu replied that he had sustained those injuries earlier when he was struck by a golem. He also suggested that according to Chinese wisdom, sit on the riverbank, and soon you will see the corpse of your enemy floating past you. As this was shown, the goblin was happily devouring the porridge, crying and sniffling heavily. Retsu added that they had no medicine, so the best thing Robert could do was eat. Being hungry and injured would leave him with no chance of winning, he said while ladling more food. He added that if Robert was in a hurry, he could leave, but before that, he should eat first, as he handed him a bowl. Robert stared at him, then sighed and gave in, admitting that he thought Retsu was right. He sat beside their cooking pot, and the three of them enjoyed the porridge together. After tasting it, Robert was surprised that Retsu had been telling the truth, as he could immediately feel his energy returning. He thanked Retsu, who smiled back at him. Meanwhile, on the Dullahan's side, he was watching Retsu and the others through a magical orb projection, intrigued. He told the princess he had kidnapped that her knight and his crew were nothing more than lost children, then asked who that stupid goblin with them was. We were shown the princess's situation in his grasp, bound with iron chains around her feet, hands, and neck. The Dullahan also recalled the master he had encountered earlier, Retsu, and wondered with intrigue whether he had truly come back to life. He looked at his pocket watch again and repeated the words, "Time is life." He declared that the end of this world and the death of the princess were approaching, and that a tragic ending was coming, as it was shown that he and the princess were standing within a massive spell circle on the ground filled with magical symbols and magical lore. He said it was time to entertain the audience. On Retsu's side, the porridge he was cooking suddenly spilled because of a violent tremor in the ground, causing the goblin to jump up and ask whether it was an earthquake. Robert noticed something to their side and urged them to look toward the desert, and when they turned, they saw it splitting apart. A powerful gust of wind burst forth, forcing the goblin and Robert to brace themselves in confusion. Retsu was amazed at what he saw, as it appeared that a castle had revealed itself, and the parted sand had formed a path leading directly toward it. He wondered whether this was truly the castle of the abyss. Robert realized that the Dullahan knew they were there and asked whether they were ready to face him. Retsu's eyes sharpened as he muttered finally, and inwardly declared that he was ready for his battle against the Headless Horseman. After walking for some time, the three of them arrived in front of the castle's gate. The goblin commented that this was the entrance leading inside the castle of the abyss, while Robert said that they had finally made it there. Retsu slowly placed his hand on the gate of that place, and the moment he touched it, it suddenly opened, startling all of them. The goblin immediately pointed out that the door had opened on its own. It was most likely a trap, he said, but before he could add anything more, Retsu cut him off and said he did not care about that. The three of them began walking into the castle, and when they reached the illuminated area ahead, shock spread across Retsu's face. It turned out that they had suddenly arrived at the Raitai Arena, but instead of people watching, the audience was made up entirely of skeletons, and he questioned why this place existed in another world. Robert cursed under his breath and immediately raised his greatsword, while countless skeletons cheered and shouted endlessly. He shouted that there were skeletons everywhere and that they were completely surrounded. The goblin tried to run back to where they had come from, but a barrier had already risen there, and he was hurt when he attempted to touch it. He quickly informed them that they could not retreat and that they were trapped inside, prompting Robert to comment that this had been the Dullahan's plan all along, to lure them into that place first and then seal it off so they could not escape. However, he said that if those were merely regular skeletons, he could destroy them with a full charge of his sword as he prepared his thunder attack. A voice called out to him, "Big guy," telling him to calm down, and both Robert and Retsu immediately recognized that name, causing them to turn toward it. It turned out to be the Dullahan, seated upon a throne above the arena, and he explained that all the skeletons there were merely spectators. They were shocked to see him, and he added that he was pleased to welcome them, addressing them as gentlemen, which made Robert question his reaction. He further added that after all, for the first time in 400 years, an adventurer had reached the inner depths of the castle of the abyss, especially Retsu, whom he called an unknown martial artist. He then pointed out that he had once said that if Retsu wished to serve, he should come to the castle, and commented that he had done well in the labyrinth, and through that, Retsu had proven that he was worthy of becoming his servant. He also said that if he remembered correctly, that Skeleton had been his master, and he had also been a martial artist. The Dullahan informed him that his master had said that in their world, such an arena was used for battles, and that the battle there was an important stage in their lives. That was why he had created it for him, and he asked whether he liked it. He pointed out that he had prepared strong opponents for him, and explained that if he defeated them, he would earn the right to fight him. Robert stepped forward and told him to skip all of that. He explained that since they already had the perfect battlefield, he urged the Dullahan to come down there and fight him directly. This caught the Dullahan's attention, and he appeared intrigued. He smirked and asked whether he wished to fight him as well, then happily said he liked that as he pulled on a chain. He revealed the princess and asked Robert what he had to say about that while calling him Big Guy, and stated that if he defeated him, he would receive a prize. Robert was shocked, and the sight of the princess captured his full attention. They could see that the princess appeared severely dehydrated as the Dullahan explained that they could clearly see he had drained all the magical energy from her, and that she was now nothing more than a heap of trash. Robert trembled with rage at that, and called the Dullahan a piece of shit. A massive magical circle then appeared on the ground in front of Robert, causing them to immediately ready themselves. The Dullahan pointed out that he was the one who made the rules there. A being began emerging from within that magical circle, and he informed them that their first opponent was the defender of this castle, undefeated for 400 years. He said that it was his strongest and most evil servant. The goblin shuddered when he saw what kind of creature it was, unable to believe that something from the deepest part of the dungeon had come out. Before long, it was revealed that an undead minotaur had emerged, wielding a massive hammer. The Dullahan commented while glancing at his pocket watch that this was interesting, and asked how long they could last against it. Seconds, or perhaps even minutes, as Retsu's face showed intense seriousness in this situation. The Dullahan said that the Minotaur was a top-class monster that guarded the deepest part of the labyrinth, and that the average man could never stand a chance against it. According to him, that Minotaur had been baptized and made into his slave through a ritual, then fused with the rotten flesh of many monsters and magical power, which he proudly called his masterpiece. He added that it had not been defeated in 400 years, boasting of a strength feared even by demons, and that it served as the guardian god of the Castle of the Abyss. He even belittled Retsu's Raitai tournament, claiming that there was surely no beautiful and graceful warrior like the Minotaur there. He asked whether he was right, because the Minotaur was incredibly powerful and was the real deal, and as Retsu listened to all of that, his eyes darkened with anger. At that moment, Robert felt a surge of shock and glanced to his left at Retsu. He saw that Retsu's aura had changed, and he told himself that his fighting spirit was incredible, something he had never seen before. The Dullahan then told Retsu not to rush, calling him a martial artist. He said it would be awkward if Retsu's group lost 3 against 1, so he would allow them to save face by making it a 3 against 3 fight instead. The Dullahan summoned something, and they were the executioners of the underworld, the Hellhounds. Robert immediately recognized them, while the goblin was stunned that 2 of them had appeared, and Retsu had already put on his game face. According to the Dullahan, one Hellhound had the attribute of fire, and the other had the attribute of cold. If they bit someone, that person could either burn or freeze depending on which Hellhound attacked. After saying that, the Minotaur charged forward and let out a thunderous roar. The Dullahan commented that it looked furious and that something was about to be crushed. At that moment, the Minotaur struck Retsu at the side of his head, sending him spinning through the air before he crashed to the wall violently. Robert and the goblin were shocked, while the Minotaur then charged at Retsu head first. It rammed and destroyed the wall where Retsu had struck, causing it to collapse and crush several skeletons whose bodies were shattered. Robert grew worried for Retsu, while the Dullahan laughed, and said that simply standing still was a mistake. He even asked whether Robert and the goblin planned to die the same way, as the Hellhounds were already moving to attack them. He added that it was good, since those beasts had not been fed in a long time. Then the Dullahan suddenly seemed confused, and said it was pitiful that not even a minute had passed, yet Retsu had already disappointed him. He was about to say that he had expected more of a challenge, but before he could finish, Retsu said he had expected the same, which shocked the Dullahan. Retsu mockingly asked whether the Minotaur was truly the guardian of the Castle of the Abyss, calling it a complete disappointment, and he hurled its massive body across the arena. Robert and the goblin were stunned at the sight, and so was the Dullahan. The Minotaur's body crashed into a crowd of skeletons. Retsu then said that 3,000 years ago, his compatriots had defeated all their enemies and fought against the strongest empire of that era. From that, the greatest tournament in history was born. The strongest empire fell, yet even to that day, the Chinese continued to host the greatest tournament in history. There was no greater insult than presenting to him an opponent who had not been defeated in 400 years, because the Chinese had not been defeated in 3,000 years, and the difference between them was 2,600 years. The Dullahan seemed pleased that Retsu had survived the Minotaur's attack, and had even managed to counter and send the monster flying. He said that the fight was becoming interesting, so they should continue. Meanwhile, the Hellhounds appeared eager for blood, and Robert declared that it was his turn. He said he would crush the Hellhounds into dust with the magic of his sword. The two hounds then charged, alarming Robert. One Hellhound bit his sword, and it was revealed to be the one with the ability to freeze. As Robert's blade stiffened all the way to its hilt, Robert swung his sword, and the goblin asked what he was doing, telling him to kill the Hellhounds immediately. Robert replied that he could not, and he grew irritated at the Hellhounds. According to him, the electrical conductivity of ice was 1,000 times lower than that of water. In other words, that hound had blocked his magic. The ice hound then growled, and the goblin asked where the fire hound had gone. As he asked that, the fire hound he was looking for lunged from behind and tried to bite him. It managed to bite him, but fortunately he quickly escaped. When the fire hound landed on the ground, it was revealed that it had bitten the goblin's helmet. Without difficulty, it melted the metal helmet, and the liquefied metal dripped onto the ground. The goblin was horrified to see that the fire hound had melted his helmet like a candle. Then, Robert said that even without magic, his weapon was still a sword, and he could easily scatter the hellhounds, which he called mongrels. The ice hound charged at him again, so he reacted and struck it with great force using his frozen sword. The ice hound bounced away from the impact, delighting the goblin, who said it bounced like a ball. However, Robert cursed because the ice hound quickly stood back up. He said his strike had been like a flea bite to it, and he was about to say what he would do next, but suddenly he stopped. The reason was that the Minotaur had begun moving again and placed its hand above the ice hound, crushing its entire body. Robert and the goblin were shocked to see that, while the Minotaur roared in fury. Robert realized that when the Minotaur was enraged, it even attacked its own allies. At that moment, the fire hound barked at the Minotaur, but the beast grabbed the hound's mouth, and its entire body ignited. The goblin thought to himself that the fire hound's flames could easily melt metal, so he asked if the Minotaur truly did not care about magic at all. Then the Minotaur looked in the direction of him and Robert. The Minotaur raised its hand, and Robert cursed, knowing what was about to happen. In the next second, the Minotaur struck them using the hellhound it was holding. The blow was so powerful that Robert and the goblin were sent flying into a staircase, both badly injured. Meanwhile, the fire hound was decapitated, and its bleeding body flew across the arena. It landed in front of Retsu, as the Minotaur, its entire body engulfed in flames, began walking toward him. The Dullahan said that Retsu looked excited. He added that the furious Minotaur had now become a wild beast, and had begun destroying everything around it. Now, he said, nothing would stop the Minotaur until it killed Retsu, and it charged forward. According to the Dullahan, that was when the real fun would begin, and it was time for drama and emotion. In the next scene, the focus shifted to Robert and the goblin, where Robert even coughed up blood. He could not believe that the Minotaur had thrown them across the arena so effortlessly, and he thought to himself that he had already injured his ribs earlier, but now they were definitely broken. He cursed, thinking that he wished he could get a little closer to the princess. Meanwhile, the Dullahan was delighted and said that the show was about to begin, while forcing the princess to watch by holding her face, and told the princess to watch the fight carefully. After that, Retsu said that once every 100 years, the Raitai tournament, a one-day tournament, was held in a ring in Hong Kong. It was the most important test for them. The Sea Kings scattered across China, where they fought to become Sea Emperor. He said that now he stood in that same arena, but in a different world. Returning to the present, the Minotaur let out a heavy breath and began stomping its feet. Its legs tensed up as it charged at Retsu, who faced it without fear and ready to fight. As the zombie Minotaur rushed forward, fired up with fighting spirit, Lai Haiwang, the Chinese name of Retsu Kaioh, moved in to embrace the Minotaur with his arms. Retsu began his combo by striking the unguarded knee, using a heel thrust kick front kick that shattered the bone in the Minotaur's knee, and Retsu followed it with a karate chop to the second joint. After that, he attacked the Minotaur's elbow joint with a knife hand strike delivered with his palm, so powerful that the bone burst out from the Minotaur's body. Various bones were dislocated or broken, and when it fell, Retsu used a spinning kick directly to its face to finish it. Within 1.8 seconds, he defeated the Minotaur. He truly was the demon first, the man people called an unrivaled genius. And on that day, the Sea King who stood above all others was none other than Retsu Kaioh. It was revealed that no matter how far beyond common sense the Minotaur might have been, once its body was destroyed, it stopped moving. Retsu did not care which world he was fighting in, and that fight was unlike any other. The Dullahan was stunned to see that Retsu had defeated the Minotaur, and Retsu then faced him. Retsu said that in their arena before, they had not achieved a decisive victory, but now he no longer needed to wait 100 years. He was once again determined to win that arena and earn the title of Emperor of the Sea. If the Dullahan thought he was merely a weakling, he would never lose in that arena. Retsu added that the evil, the Dullahan, was a spirit in clothed form, and it was said that he possessed power greater than demons, but he was weaker than Yujiro Hanma and the demons Retsu had fought in that world, such as the ogre. He declared that the show was over, and as he motioned for him to come closer, he challenged the Headless Horseman to come down for a fight, which clearly enraged and insulted him. The Dullahan stood up after Retsu challenged him to come down, and in the middle of the staircase he was about to go down, Robert and the goblin were lying there. He asked one of his servants for his spear and put on his helmet before taking it. After that, he began walking toward Retsu, and he even told the princess to step aside while lightly kneeing her in the face. However, because the princess's body had grown extremely weak from having her powers absorbed, she collapsed onto the stairs and slid downward, followed by the Headless Horseman. Robert saw everything that happened, so he called out to the princess and called the Dullahan a bastard as he reached for his sword. The Dullahan said that he was not about to rise up to Retsu's provocation, but it was time for the curtain call, and he showed his watch, which displayed 3:10. He said he would lower the curtain with his own hands, and as he said that, Robert attacked him from behind. Robert swung his sword, while the Dullahan clicked his watch, and in an instant he was behind Robert, stabbing him with his spear. Robert was utterly shocked and asked how the Dullahan had gotten behind him while he coughed up blood. The Dullahan withdrew his spear and told Robert, whose body was already falling, that his part in this had long been finished. As Robert's body fell to the ground, shock was visible in Retsu's eyes. Meanwhile, Robert apologized to the princess, calling her Joanna. When the princess heard that, she called him Lord Robert, while the Dullahan interrupted, clearly trying to instigate something. He said that the princess of a nation and her attendant swordsmen were calling each other by their names. He had thought it was a heroic tale of a knight saving his princess, but it turned out to be a melodrama about forbidden love that crossed social ranks. He called it a mood killer and stepped on Robert, making him groan, before leaping down toward Retsu. He added that thanks to the melodrama between Robert and the princess, he felt much better now. At that moment, Retsu realized that Robert's final attack had been a desperate last-ditch surprise strike. Yet immediately after that, Robert had froze up, his movements completely stopping. The Dullahan had used that opening to slip past Robert's side and move behind him. Even after that, Robert had not moved at all and had not even noticed that he had been skewered by the spear. Then Retsu saw the Dullahan's watch and finally understood something. That watch was the magic the Dullahan had used against his attack after his master's death. The extreme aura of the watch can be seen, and the Dullahan said that Retsu was not all brute strength. as he also possessed sharp perception. However, he claimed that his pocket watch was nothing more than a mere catalyst, merely a tool to manipulate time through his powerful magic. And as he said that, Retsu stared at him with piercing eyes. The goblin said that Robert was bleeding badly from the spear that had pierced his stomach and that he was surely dead. However, that was not true, because Robert was still alive and told the goblin not to mess with him. The goblin laughed and asked Robert what was going on, saying he was still alive after all. He added that it seemed that could not be helped. He and Robert had fought several times, but after all that, they had practically eaten from the same plate and had become like comrades. After saying that, he gave Robert a super recovery potion and mentioned that in case something like that happened, he had taken it from the fishman's shop. If Robert drank it, even after the spear was removed, the wound would close and he would survive. Robert looked at the goblin and said he never expected the day would come when he would thank a sticky-fingered little goblin, but he asked him to give the recovery potion to the princess as his final request. He added that if Joanna were saved, his life would be nothing to regret. The goblin asked him if it was truly his job to save the princess. He admitted that in truth, it seemed unavoidable, and he pulled out another super recovery potion. He said he would charge Robert a high price for the second one, but for now he would count it as a loan. Because of that, Robert smiled and called him a bastard. Back in middle of the arena, Retsu asked the Dullahan if he was using magic to manipulate time, and the Headless Horseman admitted that he was. He explained that manipulating time consumed an enormous amount of magical power, and even he could control it only briefly. By using the magical power stolen from the princess, even the laws of all creation and the governing principles of all things could be overturned. He added that he had long been dissatisfied that they immortals, who detested sunlight, were forced to remain in the half of the world called night. Therefore, he would stop the flow of daytime and create a world where the sun would never rise for eternity. He would also seize the other half of the world in his hands and become the absolute ruler of the underworld king. The goblin and Robert were shocked to hear that, and Robert said that stopping the world's time and plunging it into eternal darkness had been the Headless Horseman's objective all along. The Dullahan said that even so, they should be at ease, because he would not use that magic at that moment, and he hid the watch inside his armor. Retsu watched where he was heading, and the Dullahan added that it was a reward for Retsu for reaching that far using only his own body. Besides, even without magic, he claimed he was stronger than Retsu, and as he said that, he lifted the corpse of the Minotaur Retsu had defeated. Retsu was stunned to see that, as were Robert and the goblin. The Dullahan hoisted the Minotaur onto his back, before throwing the entire body, which crashed into the audience where the skeletons were gathered. In his mind, Retsu thought that the Dullahan had managed to throw the massive body of the Minotaur, which he called an ox-headed demon, using a shoulder toss. The Dullahan then asked that now that the arena was more spacious, could they now begin, and he struck a pose. Retsu was surprised by the Dullahan's stance, but he immediately moved and attacked his head. To his shock, the Dullahan caught his right jab using joint techniques, and as the Dullahan prepared to punch him, he realized that he was using battlefield close combat techniques. The Dullahan was delighted with the punch he threw at Retsu, while Robert and the goblin were utterly shocked. Before long, the Dullahan himself was surprised, because it turned out that Retsu had managed to block it using his left hand. It was also clear that Retsu's gaze had darkened, as if he truly wanted to defeat the Dullahan. At that moment, the Headless Horseman raised his right leg, catching Retsu off guard, because he was about to strike him with a kick to the groin. Fortunately, Retsu managed to block it with his own right leg, but the Dullahan did not stop there and only grinned, taking advantage of Retsu's loss of balance to shove him downward. At the same time, the Dullahan used his fingers to stab at Retsu's eyes, forcing Retsu to leap backward. After gaining some distance from the Dullahan, Retsu wondered about the sudden eye gouge attempt, and at that moment, a wound suddenly appeared near his eye. It was then that he realized that without hesitation, the Headless Horseman aimed straight for vital points. That was medieval battlefield combat from before it was ever sportified. Retsu even said that even if the ring they were fighting in was fake, the Dullahan's skill was the real deal. It was truly a showdown between East and West, and he said it went beyond a Roman mixed martial arts match. Retsu then took a deep breath and aimed at the Dullahan's eyes. After inhaling deeply enough, he unleashed a powerful blast of air. The Dullahan was shocked to see it and was struck directly in his left eye. In the next instant, Retsu was already in front of him, placing his hand against the stomach area of his armor. Retsu unleashed an extremely powerful 1-inch punch, and the force of it sent shockwaves throughout the entire arena. The goblin and Robert clearly felt it, while Retsu looked surprised, and the Dullahan merely grinned. Retsu asked if his armor was hollow inside, as the imprint of his hand could be seen on the armor. The Dullahan replied that it was correct, and that the shockwave which had blown away the corpse of the ox-headed demon had only echoed inside an empty cavity with no flesh or blood to absorb the damage. The goblin then realized that the headless horseman was moving like the skeleton Retsu had fought in Muron. The Dullahan was controlling his armor through magic, and he said that the skeleton, which was Retsu's buddy, had chosen to become undead of his own will. He said that this went beyond mere human techniques, and that Retsu's master had been helpless before his fists. As he spoke, he moved his hands and added that meant to a certain extent, Retsu's master had been utterly captivated by his demonic art. He then prepared to attack again and said that now, Retsu would experience it with his own body. At the same time, he began throwing punches at Retsu while continuing to advance toward him. Retsu managed to block the rain of punches from the Dullahan, who grinned arrogantly as he attacked. As Retsu continued to be showered with countless punches, the Dullahan told him to taste the secret art of his endless barrage. He said his armor had no lungs or heart, so unlike humans, he would never grow tired or reach his limit. His attacks would not stop, leaving Retsu no opening to counter and no time to recover. He would continue for as long as it took until Retsu finally collapsed for good. He even added that Retsu's master had once defended himself the same way Retsu was doing at that time. But in the end, his master was still human and eventually reached his limit. When the master had been thoroughly beaten, he had knelt before him and sworn loyalty. Back in the present, the Dullahan asked Retsu what was wrong, noticing that his defense was starting to weaken and that the impact of his punches was growing stronger. He even told Retsu that perhaps it was time for him to beg for mercy, laughing directly in his face. He mocked the so-called Chinese martial arts that Retsu proudly boasted about, saying they did not work against him, the king of the underworld. To the Dullahan's surprise, when he threw his next right-hand jab, Retsu slid beneath him and suddenly rose from that position. Retsu drove his head hard into the Dullahan's stomach, sending him flying high into the sky. The goblin was astonished at the sight, while the Dullahan flipped through the air and managed to land properly on the ground. He then gave Retsu a grin, and in the next second, he threw his cape at him. The cape covered Retsu's face, catching him off guard, and the Dullahan used that opportunity to deliver a sudden powerful kick. Meanwhile, Robert could hardly believe that the Dullahan had used a cloak-binding attack against Retsu, who had endured the barrage of punches. The Dullahan then asked how many years had passed since someone had forced him to use leg techniques, which was his way of acknowledging just how strong Retsu truly was. It turned out that Retsu had managed to parry the Dullahan's side kick by using a front kick, leaving the king of the underworld almost unable to believe it. After that, Retsu lifted his left foot with his right hand to remove his shoe. The goblin was surprised to see it, while Robert wondered to himself what Retsu was planning. As he tossed his shoes behind him, Retsu declared that he would show the Dullahan what true footwork really was and teach him properly. He then took his stance for the attack, while the Dullahan also assumed a defensive pose. Retsu added that honed over 4,000 years, he would demonstrate how dangerous the bare foot of Chinese martial arts truly was, and as he said that, his foot began to tense. The Dullahan grinned at Retsu again, who had been forced to remove his gloves and was now more serious than ever. He then charged at the Dullahan and opened his combo with a spinning roundhouse kick, followed by a barrage of punches, knees, and kicks. Even so, the Dullahan simply endured it and said that Retsu was not all talk after all, even mockingly calling him a martial artist. He admitted that Retsu was strong enough to damage his steel armor using his bare hands and feet because of his destructive power. If Retsu had been attacking someone else, that flurry of kicks might have ended the fight. However, in the end, it was still at the level of a human, and little by little, pieces of his armor were being chipped away. He added that fatigue was already catching up to Retsu, and that his speed and power were starting to decline. Retsu did not let the Dullahan's words affect him, and using his toes, he seized two of the Headless Horseman's fingers, which greatly shocked him. He squeezed the Dullahan's fingers tightly with his toes, astonishing Robert as well. Then Retsu twisted the Dullahan to throw him off balance, and followed it with a powerful punch to the top of his head. The Dullahan saw it coming, so he separated himself from the hand that Retsu had caught, and leaped high into the air while performing a barrel roll to avoid the blow. When he landed back on the ground, he said that he could now see the dexterity in Retsu's bare feet and even gave him props for it. The scene then shifted to Robert, who was impressed by what the Dullahan had done by removing his gauntlet to avoid Retsu's punch. The Dullahan explained that even though Retsu was skilled with his feet, his own limbs were bound by magic, and even when separated, they could still move freely. As he said that, the hand he had detached began moving on its own, shocking Retsu greatly as it wrapped around his foot. The Dullahan then made an upward motion, and as if pulled by something tied to him, Retsu was launched into the air. The Dullahan even told him to accept his steel hand chop. That attack was a piercing strike using the Dullahan's hand against the defenseless Retsu, and because of it, the Sea King suffered a long slash across his body and face. However, to the Dullahan's shock, Retsu's foot was already beside his cheek. It turned out that in the middle of executing the steel hand chop, Retsu had countered with a fast and powerful spinning back heel kick. Because of that, the Dullahan was decapitated, yet he appeared completely unbothered by it. He asked Retsu if he had forgotten, calling him an idiot, that aiming for his head was meaningless. He even laughed and added that he could deflect Retsu's kick like a gust of wind through willow branches. As he spoke, Retsu grabbed his hair with his other foot, stunning him in surprise. He could not believe that Retsu had managed to do that, and Retsu began pulling his head downward. With a powerful downward motion, Retsu drove the Dullahan's head into the floor. The usually talkative king of the underworld was left speechless in shock at what Retsu had done, whose face was filled with fury. Aside from driving the Dullahan's head into the floor, smoke also filled the surroundings as a result of Retsu's attack. In the middle of it all, the Dullahan was stunned with his mouth open, yet his body was already moving to try to punch Retsu from behind. However, Retsu sensed it and lifted the leg that was gripping the Dullahan's hair, using his head as a weapon to smash against the body that was about to strike him. The Dullahan's head slammed into his own body, and when his vision cleared, he saw Retsu, but upside down. It turned out that his head had been driven in while inverted, and he declared that such humiliation was impossible. He could not accept that a mere human had done that to him. So if that was how it would be, he would use time magic, and he pulled out his watch from within his armor. He said that time itself neither stopped or flowed backward, because it simply flowed toward the future. However, his magic, though it appeared to stop time, actually only slowed the target's flow of time momentarily to 1/100th of a second. Of course, the target could not even realize it. In simple terms, Retsu would become as slow as a continental tortoise, while he would move 100 times faster, like a giant hornet, allowing him to beat Retsu without difficulty. The Dullahan added that before Retsu could even perceive his form, he would already be destined to fall. Retsu asked if the Dullahan wanted to use magic, so the Dullahan questioned whether that should be called cowardly or something. He was about to argue that the fight had never been fair from the start, but Retsu said he did not care. The Dullahan was momentarily stunned by Retsu's response, then declared that he would finish the fight as he activated his watch. The surroundings darkened as the Dullahan's magic took effect, and he claimed that he had already won and would not give Retsu time to regret it. However, Retsu managed to shatter the watch with a single jab. The Dullahan's hand and his watch were broken into pieces, and he could not believe that Retsu had done it, the fury clearly visible on Retsu's face at that moment. The big question then was whether the Dullahan's magic had failed to activate. The answer was no, because the time delay magic had indeed activated, but from 0.5 seconds before its activation, Retsu Kaioh had already launched his mock punch aimed at destroying Dullahan's clock. According to the book of the Danish science commentator Noret Randers, called illusion known as conscious awareness, consciousness arrived with a half-second delay. The brain sent signals half a second before commanding action, and Retsu had caught that signal, something known as reading ahead. Even for a single second, Retsu could not lower his guard in his daily life. Having survived countless life or death battles, such as his fight with the ogre of that world, his mind had reached the realm of masters. Because of that, he read the signal that the Dullahan would use time magic, so he attacked during the 0.5-second unconscious gap with his Mach Punch. Before Retsu's fist could reach the Dullahan, the time magic had already activated, but the speed of sound was 1,220 kilometers per hour, or 340 meters per second. Even if slowed to 1/100th of a second by magic, it would still travel at 3.4 meters per second. That meant that Retsu Kaioh's perfected read of Chinese Kenpo and modern karate's fastest fist, the martial path, never stopped evolving, and that was what completely shattered Dullahan's time magic. The shattered pieces of the Dullahan's watch fell to the floor, leaving him utterly shocked. He screamed loudly in agony, fear filling his face, as he stared at Retsu, whose aura of anger had grown even darker. The Dullahan's thoughts spiraled in panic as he wondered whether to attack, defend, or recall his left hand, whose location he no longer knew. When he finally saw it, it was far away from him, yet he still tried to pull it back with his magic power, but after his last use of it, it would not reach him in time. In the next instant, Retsu's next attack was already in front of him, and he realized he could no longer make it. It struck him directly, shattering the remaining pieces of his armor. Even Robert and the princess felt the pain of Retsu's punch on the Dullahan's face, while the goblin stood there with his mouth hanging open in shock. Meanwhile, Retsu's expression did not change at all, even though he appeared to have delivered the finishing blow to the king of the underworld, who had fallen to his knees. The Dullahan's nose was crooked, his teeth had fallen out, and a great amount of blood was pouring from different parts of his face. He said it was impossible for his time magic to be broken and told Retsu not tell him that he had read the initiation of his move. He added that both of his hands had been severed and that his magic was completely depleted, so he could no longer recall his detached hands. At that point, he accepted his defeat and told Retsu that his body would not last much longer, so Retsu should finish him before he fades away. He said that in that moment, it would be the true final pride of a knight, and there was no lie in that. Robert was surprised by what Retsu did next, because instead of answering the Dullahan, he simply turned his back and walked away. Robert was shocked and asked what Retsu was doing, telling him not to show mercy and to finish the Dullahan. Back to the king of the underworld, he said that Retsu had easily fallen for his lie, and now that Retsu was completely certain of his victory, he would no longer be able to read ahead. Therefore, he would use his trump card, his blood baptism, which he had already prepared to unleash. However, he would not turn Retsu into a walking skeleton. Instead, he would compress the blood he would release into a single point, which would surely kill him. He had planned to catch Retsu when Retsu tried to finish him, but even from that position, he would still be within range. He even said that if he obtained Retsu's body, he can rise to even greater heights. After that, he unleashed the blood baptism at Retsu, but it struck something else. To the Dullahan's shock, it hit his cloak, and he could not believe it had happened. It turned out that Retsu had leaped extremely high into the air and then landed in front of the Dullahan. The king of the underworld was stunned by this, and Retsu told him that he truly was cunning until the very end. The Dullahan did not know how to respond, and Retsu added that he had underestimated Chinese martial arts. The Dullahan started to cry and shriek from fear, while Retsu quickly delivered his finishing blow. He started with a right-hand jab to the nose, followed by a left-hand hook to the cheek, further disfiguring the Dullahan's face. Not satisfied, he added another right-hand jab, driving it with full force into the Dullahan's already shattered face, sending him flying and crashing violently into the wall, which broke apart. In the midst of all that, the Dullahan thought to himself that he had never expected his ambitions to cover the world called day and darkness, and to surpass the king of the undead to become the king of the underworld, to be crushed by a single, mere human. That human was none other than Retsu, and Robert, the princess, and the goblin could hardly believe that Retsu had defeated the Dullahan. After that, the entire arena began to tremble, and the goblin felt it in his hands, making him wonder. Retsu felt it as well, while Robert thought about what was happening. He said that the magic flowing from the Dullahan had stopped, and the walking dead skeletons were beginning to collapse. All that remained were their armors, bearing the same crest as Robert's, and he added that his comrades could now rest in peace. Then he said it was bad because the Nalika castle was also collapsing, so they had to leave with Retsu. The tremors even reached the fishman's shop, and it was revealed that that night, the entire Farina mountain range experienced its first earthquake in centuries. The fishman looked out from his window and seemed shocked because he saw a colossal pillar of miasma darker than the night itself, which was said to have risen straight toward the heavens. Back to Retsu and the others. The castle where they had been was completely destroyed, but only the princess, Robert, and the goblin managed to come out. When they exited, Robert fell to his knees and asked where Retsu was, causing the goblin to be shocked. It turned out that Retsu had been left behind in the middle of the castle, and the goblin went back to look for him. There, Retsu saw the ghost of his master's skeleton, which had returned to its former form with flesh. He called him Shifu, who told him to go on. At that moment, the goblin found him and asked if he was all right, and Retsu smiled, before saying that there was no problem. In the next scene, Retsu's group emerged from the same entrance they had used earlier. The goblin was confused because their horses were gone, and he asked Robert if he had tied them properly. However, Robert did not answer and instead collapsed to the ground. Retsu and the goblin were shocked and asked what was wrong with Robert, who was gradually losing consciousness. After that, the scene shifted inside a house, where it was already bright outside, and there was a bucket filled with dirty bandages. Robert was inside that house, and the first thing he noticed upon waking was the light. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, and when he heard the sound of the door opening, he immediately sat up to see who had entered. It was Retsu, who saw that he was awake and addressed him as Mr. Robert. Robert greeted him by calling him Sir Retsu and asked why he was there. Before Retsu could answer, Robert asked if the princess was all right. Retsu told him to calm down and placed food on the table. According to Retsu, the princess was sleeping in the other room, and the goblin was guarding her. He added that they could talk later, and for now Robert needed to eat. He had brought him a restorative dish passed down from China, though he could not obtain all the proper herbs, so it was not perfect. He did not know if it would suit Robert's taste, but Robert said it was already the second time he would eat Retsu's cooking, and that it would surely be delicious. Retsu smiled as he watched him eat, and after he finished, Robert was shocked to learn that Retsu had carried him all the way to that hideout. After that, Retsu asked if the shack they were in was a base used by search party members who secretly entered the country. He explained to Robert that he had seen an X mark along the border on his map and assumed something was there. So he went, and it seemed he was correct. On the way there, the sea of trees was so dense that no light could reach it, and it looked like many things had happened there. He recounted that he had fought there, and his opponent had been a massive snake that wrapped around the goblin's neck, and he stabbed it in the head. After that, he carried Robert again, while the goblin ate part of the snake, and Retsu said that thanks to that fight, he had obtained a giant snake, which the goblin dragged back to the shack. Back in the present, Robert knelt before Retsu and expressed his deepest gratitude. He said that Retsu was already a hero who had saved their country from crisis. Retsu should simply receive an audience with His Majesty the King in the capital, and they would welcome him as a top-class guest together with the entire nation. However, Retsu stepped outside while saying he refused. Robert was surprised, and Retsu explained that he had only repaid a debt before firmly closing the door. After that, he climbed a hill, and as he walked, he seemed deep in thought. When he reached the top, he asked himself where he should go next. Robert followed him there and called out to him, saying that he had not understood him. According to Robert, what Retsu disliked most as a seeker of martial arts were the bonds and restraints of nations and organizations, and he asked if that was right. Retsu had only tested his strength against the powerful Dullahan, not for anyone else. Because of that, it seemed that from that point on, they would travel separately. Retsu answered yes. He said he was searching for renowned bravery in that world, to fight and win, and to spread that Chinese Kenpo was the strongest. That was his mission as the holder of the title Kaioh. Robert was surprised to hear that and asked if Kaioh, or Sea King in other words, was not Retsu's name but his title. Retsu asked what Robert meant, and Robert explained that just like the Dullahan, who was the king of the underworld and called himself the Underworld King, in that world, there was someone who called himself the Sea King, which greatly surprised Retsu. In the next scene, the four of them prepared to leave, and Robert said that once they entered Blaphoria, the princess and him would be safe. He also told Retsu that he should continue south along that road to a port called Oma. Robert even apologized because the only information he had about the Sea King was that he lived on a solitary island in the sea. He said that if Retsu went to Oma, he might find something there. Robert added that he had not packed much, but it would help with the boat fare. Retsu replied that it was enough, and he gave Robert a kung fu salute while thanking him. Princess Joanna also thanked Retsu for his restorative cooking, saying that her strength had returned and that she was truly grateful for it. He said that perhaps one day the princess's magical power would return, but he realized that their country had relied too much on that magic, so he would train as well and build a strong nation together with the princess. Then he called Retsu Sir Retsu and said that he was proud of their journey together as he reached out his hand for a handshake. Retsu shook Robert's hand and told him to take care of himself. After that, he turned to leave, and Robert told the goblin to take care as well, calling him Sir Goblin. The goblin was surprised to be addressed as Sir by Robert, who added that he also needed to thank the goblin for saving his life. If he ever had the chance to visit the capital, they would give him a warm welcome. The goblin became even more surprised upon hearing that, and as he walked away, he told Robert that he had better be serious about what he said and prepare plenty of alcohol for him. After a long journey, night finally fell on Retsu and the goblin. Along the road, there were stones that seemed to have faces wearing helmets. The goblin wondered how long it would take to reach the port town, and Retsu said it was a straight path and that if they kept walking, they would eventually arrive. Even so, he said it was extremely dark there, and even with a road, they could easily lose their way. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped, which made the goblin curious, and he told him that someone was approaching them. The figure drew closer and closer, and it had the shape of a man with broad shoulders. Retsu focused his gaze on the approaching figure, and when it came near them, both he and the goblin were stunned because the man was a carbon copy of Retsu, like a twin or a doppelganger. The goblin fell over in shock, saying that there were two Retsus in front of him. Retsu asked his lookalike who he was, and the figure replied that he was Retsu Kaioh himself, confirming that he was indeed a doppelganger. The doppelganger told Retsu to remember his death match against Miyamoto Musashi, which made Retsu shocked. The doppelganger told him to think carefully and explained that it was not possible for a person to suddenly be isekai'd like in a fairy tale. He said that after Retsu's death match against Musashi, he had only been seeing a long illusion. At that time, Dr. Shinogi's treatment had succeeded, and the rivals from the underground arena were waiting for Retsu's soul to return. Then the doppelganger extended his hand to Retsu, inviting him to return to the real world. However, Retsu suddenly kicked his doppelganger in the face with a high kick, causing it to ask why he had done that. Retsu answered that if he truly was Retsu Kaioh himself, it should have reacted to his kick. Besides that, the Retsu Kaioh of the real world had a prosthetic leg. In this world, however, he had both legs, and he was the walking 4001st year of Chinese Kenpo. He added that the doppelganger was only an illusion, which shocked it, and something began happening to its body. The doppelganger vanished in front of Retsu and said that it was the first time he had been caught, even while laughing. After it disappeared, the goblin told Retsu that it had been a doppelganger, a troublesome monster that stole people's memories and transformed. If Retsu had shaken its hand, it might have taken his soul and killed him. Retsu replied that it was a good thing he had not done that, and that this other world truly never became boring. After Retsu said that, the goblin once again said he was wondering how long it would take before they reached the port town. Retsu repeated that it was just a straight road, and if they kept walking, they would eventually arrive there. At that moment, Retsu felt a sense of déjà vu because it seemed like they had already talked about that earlier. Then the goblin called out to him, and he told him again that someone was approaching. Retsu's doppelganger appeared once more, and when Retsu focused his gaze on it, he noticed that it now had a peg for a leg. Once again, both he and the goblin were shocked to see his doppelganger, and just like the first time, the goblin fell over in shock at the sight of two Retsus standing there. The doppelganger again declared that he was Retsu Kaioh himself, and immediately after saying that, he received a punch from Retsu, causing blood to spill from his face. He dropped to his knees as blood continuously poured from his nose. The doppelganger was about to ask why Retsu had punched him, but instead he asked how Retsu had known he was a doppelganger. However, before he could finish, Retsu told him to disappear and called him an imposter. He added that he did not know what magic the doppelganger had used to copy his appearance from the real world, but his prosthetic leg was always on his right leg. The doppelganger was shocked and admitted that he had made a mistake. He vanished once more in front of Retsu while muttering something about a mist of illusion that he did not finish saying. At that moment, the goblin once again said that the one facing them was a doppelganger, a troublesome monster that stole memories and transformed. This time, the goblin added that the doppelganger did not only steal memories, but also erase them. Then the scene returned once again to before they encountered the doppelganger. Just like the first two times, the goblin asked how long it would take to reach the port, and Retsu gave the same answer that the road was straight, and if they kept walking, they would get there. At that moment, a familiar voice called out Sir Retsu. It turned out to be Robert, who said he had come back to return something Retsu had forgotten, but Retsu greeted him with a strong punch to the face. Robert fell to his knees as blood flowed from his nose, while Retsu said there was no way Robert would leave the princess and come alone, so he called the Robert in front of him an imposter. The Robert doppelganger declared that it was unforgivable and promised that he would take Retsu's life. Once more, he shouted as he disappeared into the mist. It was now the fourth time in that forest, and the goblin asked whether Retsu did not feel something strange. Even though the road they were walking on was straight, it felt like they were walking in circles. Retsu thought for a moment and told the goblin to let him ask something. He asked who the real goblin was, because in front of them stood a doppelganger of the goblin. The goblin was shocked as his doppelganger attacked him and called him an imposter. It even claimed that he was the fake, but he denied it and insisted that the doppelganger was the fake one. Retsu prepared to attack, and the goblin told him not to say he was going to attack both of them at the same time. Retsu then asked how many times this had already happened to them. One goblin thought about it, while the other said it was already the fourth time. That was the one Retsu punched hard in the face, just like the previous two, causing the doppelganger to ask how he had known. It claimed that it had repeatedly stolen Retsu's memories and lured him into hell in the same place each time. Retsu answered that there were traces of battle in the blood splatter on his fists. He said he did not know the exact logic behind it, but hypnosis repeated the same events. So he tried to bluff, and it seemed he had been right. The doppelganger cursed upon hearing that and once again vanished into the mist. He said that no matter how many times he tried, its illusions did not work on Retsu. To preserve his pride as a doppelganger, distancing himself from Retsu was the best option. As he said that, it was revealed that the doppelganger had actually been one of the face-shaped stones along the roadside, and it cracked apart. After that, it seemed that the forest where Retsu and the goblin stood became filled with fog, and the goblin grew confused. He asked Retsu why they were standing in the middle of a plain, and in front of them they could already see the ocean and the sunrise, which Retsu had mentioned. He added that he felt as if he had met someone and looked behind him. He saw the cracked stone that had been the doppelganger and said that perhaps he had not really met anyone after all. Maybe it had just been his imagination, and he and the goblin continued walking.